Are we ready? You ready? You guys ready? Kind of go ahead and kick off and get the crowd quiet. And you're just running out to get it, right?
Yeah, we got you. Perfect. Thank you. You're good.
All set? If we could come to order here. We'll give it, okay. If we could come to order, I'd appreciate it. If the clerk would call roll.
Sure. Councilmember Lyons?
Here.
Councilmember San Antonio?
Present.
Councilmember Schaefer?
Here.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara?
Here.
Mayor Ehlers?
Here.
The record will show all members of the council are present tonight.
And if you're able to rise, please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Let's see. Tonight we've got one special presentation, and it's presentation in recognition of outgoing commissioners. So what we'll do is I'll bring them up one by one and recognize them. If you'll stay up there, the ones I'm recognizing, and we want to get, I assume, a group picture with the entire council and the right. I'm looking for Alex. Yeah. So okay. So we'll do that. Thank you. Let's see, James Herbert, or I'm trying to think. Yeah, let's do it one by one coming up, and then I'll have you stand to the side. James, thank you for your service. Yeah, present you the mayor's certificate of recognition. So, Alex, did you want to do them all as a group for the pictures or individuals? What do we usually do? Group? One. Okay. We'll do group. I hear the crowd going group. James Gross? Did I say? I haven't seen James in here yet. So hopefully he'll make it. David Thiel. David, thank you. Yeah, congratulations. Thank you. Ross Ritter. I definitely saw Ross here. Ross is, you were chair of the Parks and Rec Commission, correct? Thank you. Thank you for your service. Susan Sherrod. Definitely know Susan. I served with her on the Planning Commission, and it was a pleasure serving with you too, and thank you for your service, Susan. And Jesse Hanwood. Oh, right in front. Jesse was on the Senior Commission, and thank you for your service. We appreciate it. And Mim Mitchlove. Mim served on the UFAC. Thank you, Mim. Appreciate it. There we go. So give it a round of applause for these people that have put in all the hard work. We really appreciate it. And if I could get the council to come down here, we'll get a picture. And did James Gross come in, perhaps? We'll mail it to him, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we have to hide behind you.
See everybody? Okay. And then. Perfect. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, our next item is oral communications. How many do we have?
We have exactly 10.
10, so 3 minutes each.
And just a reminder, before we start oral communications, this is the opportunity to speak on anything that is not on the agenda, and I will call you up 3 at a time. First 3 speakers, Monette Marino Queta, followed by Youssef Miller, and then Dante Fayal.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. My name is Monette Marino. I have been teaching African percussion in Encinitas for over 10 years. I was nominated this year for Best World Music Artist by the San Diego Music Academy, and I was inducted into San Diego's Music Hall of Fame 2-3 years ago. I recently saw a Facebook post by Steve Hobeck and was moved to speak about a hate crime committed against my daughter at SDA High School in January of 2025. My daughter was called the N-word for the very first time in her life on that campus. It was a traumatic experience. She did not have support from the administration. She told a teacher who did not inform the administration, and she went for months without any support from having been assaulted. The reason I'm speaking tonight and why this is of issue is because in light of Mr. Hobeck's Facebook post, when a city official dehumanizes these traditions of African art, African dance, African drumming, they aren't just attacking a performance. They are signaling to every Black resident that their culture is less than and that their presence is unwelcome. Racism is not a difference of opinion. It is a disqualifier for public service. There is no justification for his comments. They were unacceptable and demonstrate without a doubt that he is not capable of representing this community. If SDA's school board was able to dismiss a superintendent due to racially sensitive remark that she made, and recently removed a principal due to lack of leadership when dealing with racial hate crimes on campus, how can it be that difficult to remove Hobeck from his appointment? I ask you to do the right thing and show this community that you care. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Youssef Miller. I'm with the North County Equity and Justice Coalition and the North County chapter of the NAACP. And I'm speaking here on Mr. Hobeck and people like him. I don't think we, the city of Encinitas, should shelter people who have these bigoted dog whistles that attack people of any background. And I have a statement that summarizes what I'm going to say here tonight, is that if you don't appreciate Black history or Black culture, shut the hell up. You could just be quiet. We, Black backgrounds here, we know how to express our history. We know how to express our achievements. We know how to express what we want for our community, and we don't need advice from non-Blacks who want to criticize the way we present ourselves. To say that the people of African descent are wearing African tribal garb and banging on drums to play the drums is a sacred and heritage cultural remnant from our life in our home country, from Africa, all the way to this country, where the African drum is the source of salsa music, it's the source of bachata, it's the source of cha-cha, it's the source of a lot of different arts in this country, and the source of rock and roll, and it's the source of all kinds of hip-hop and all kinds of artistry that comes out of the Black community. So when we have someone attack our community, we're not only attacking the elders, we're not only attacking the adults that are working here in Encinitas, we're talking about the visitors, we're talking about the citizens, and we're talking about the guests. And the worst of all, our children. The children from the Black Student Union put these things together out of pride. They looked for celebration, they looked for encouragement, and what did they get? They get insult, they get berated. And then to try to defend those statements by telling us how and who Black history should represent and who should be acknowledged in Black history. Shut up and sit back and learn from people of African descent. We got this. And listen to people of Latino descent. They got this. And Asian descent, and so on and so on. They got this, and stay in your lane. This person should not be representing the city of Encinitas, nor should that person be sheltered by the people that are sitting here today. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. I stand before you tonight for the third time as a concerned Encinitas resident, parent, educator, and advocate for the rich cultural contributions of West African culture that strengthen our entire community. As the civil rights leader Fannie Lou Hamer declared with unyielding clarity, the wrongs and the sickness of this country have been swept under the rug, but I've come out from under the rug and I'm going to tell it like it is. Mr. Hobeck's online post, which targeted the West African drum and dance community that enriches our city, including performances tied to Black History Month, has created real harm and division that reaches far beyond one individual. It has marginalized African American families who live, work, and contribute here every day. I ask the council directly tonight, what specific follow-up measures or actions have been taken or are planned in response to Mr. Hobeck's post? What steps are being pursued to address the impact on our West African arts community and on African American residents across Encinitas? We cannot allow this situation to be swept under the rug. True leadership demands transparency and forward movement, not silence or delay. I want to raise my children in a city where they will not be forced to exist alongside racial rhetoric that minimizes our very existence and the profound contributions of African Americans and the broader African diaspora that the diaspora has made, not only to the cultural vibrancy of Encinitas, but to the progress, innovation, and moral leadership of our state and of this entire country. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. taught us, justice too long delayed is justice denied. Let Encinitas be a place that refuses delay. Let it be a city where every child grows up knowing that diversity is a strength to be celebrated, not targeted for diminishment. I appreciate the opportunity to speak and respectfully urge you to provide clear answers and demonstrate through concrete action that our shared values of equity and inclusion are more than words. They are the foundation on which we build our future together. Thank you.
Next three speakers, Thea Farber, followed by T.C. Goles, and then Natalie Satoon.
So, I grew up in Encinitas, and I'm extremely frustrated. I don't know. Do you guys need to be reminded that your jobs is to listen to us when we have concerns? And if you guys are going to appoint a guy who is known in the community for being a old racist guy who comments continuously on community platforms where he sounds like someone's old racist grandpa who's stuck in the Jim Crow era, you guys are gonna have to deal with the community making commotion about being upset about that. So please stop embarrassing yourselves, please stop wasting our time, and agendize the vote of the removal of Hobeck. Y'all are ridiculous, okay? Don't make dumb decisions like that. Y'all know that he's known in the community for being racist.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I am a native San Diegan, born and raised, and I moved to Encinitas in 2015. I am not a part of any political action committee. I want to urge the City Council to place on the agenda the issue of whether Mr. Stephen Hobeck should remain on the Urban Forest Committee for Encinitas. I think we're all familiar here with the verbiage that Mr. Hobeck used in a social media post, and that many in the community found offensive and derogatory towards African Americans. I, too, found his words derogatory, a throwback to a time when bigotry against non-white people was more the norm. At the very least, his comments showed rudeness and ignorance. As far as I know, Mr. Huback has tried to justify his post, but hasn't apologized for offending people. I know that we all have the right to state our opinions in public, and I would prefer he hadn't, but he did. But we must bear the consequences that ensue when we do that. And as you all are on the council that has appointed him to the committee, it is now your responsibility to deal with the fallout from his post. Your silence on this matter leaves your intentions wide open for speculation. Are you hoping this all just goes away on its own? Do you think the effect of his words carries so little weight? Are you not wanting to deal with this because perhaps you really don't care what the people who were offended think or feel? Or perhaps some of you agree with Mr. Huback's point of views. When there is disagreement in civilized societies, people discuss. And there has been a lack of discussion here on this issue. And this only furthers community division and mistrust in this council. So please put the topic of whether Mr. Stephen Huback should remain on the Urban Forest Committee that advises you. Please put it on the agenda at the next city council meeting. Don't kick it down the road 3 or 2 or even 1 month from now. Thank you for listening.
Hi, Natalie Satoon Cardiff. First of all, Jim, thank you so much for saving us $500,000 today. Thank you. You are worth your weight in gold. I am here because I live in Park Place, and SDG&E has come through. They started last August and replaced some utilities, and I've been coming to you since probably September about this. The streets were fine. They're a major, the 3 streets that I have that look like this are all safe routes to school, or should be safe routes to school, where all the kids ride their bikes. There's no bike lane or anything, so they require being in the street. I've had no luck with the streets getting back to me, Jennifer, and you've been copied on those. So I would like for you to see the condition that SDG&E has left us in. And if you wouldn't mind, I put this on the stream so that online viewers can see what we've been left with. I am asking the city to please come out here and meet with me. I've asked repeatedly to come out and look at the state of the streets that SDG&E has left us. I know that they are required, the city's required to allow them to do this, but to leave them in the condition, and all 3 streets, Wood Lake, Green Lake, and Evergreen, are this bad, and they were fine before. So before a child hits a defect on one of these streets like Kurt Lester hit, we need to fix this. So I don't know where the money is, but we need to come up with it. So thank you.
Final 4 speakers, Dave Dean, followed by Fabian Ganell, Ron Medak, and then Kimberly Armstrong.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, City Manager, Dave Dean. Wanted to comment first of all on Captain Watts and his team this morning. They were out and about on a meet and greet, and it was really kind of special and magical. It wasn't so much when they shook your hand and smiled and said hello, but it was after they walked away and hearing everybody talk amongst themselves. And so the captain didn't hear it and his men didn't hear it, but I did. And I heard him say, that was amazing. That was so special. That was wonderful. They really care. And so just getting out and coming together as a city, as a community, I like to say bringing unity to the community, and that was absolutely happening. So salute to all those men that served to protect us, for sure. And one other thing, there was a minor incident in front of CRC this morning, and so again, Captain Watts' team was out there working with the HOPE team. Hopefully they're able to help the person that needed help there this morning, so that was a good thing. And then lastly, another reminder, once again, this Sunday, 2 o'clock at the American Legion. If you'd like to come out and support Royce Williams, he won the Presidential Medal of Honor, and we'll be honoring him 2 o'clock this Sunday at the American Legion. So thank you for that, and that's all I got.
At the January 21st council meeting, we went over the 2025 financial results, and this slide was put up. The takeaway I understood from what some members of the council said was that the city had been operating in the red in 2024 and then had been brought back to the black in 2025. But when I looked more closely at the data, I realized that's not actually what this slide shows. Revenues over expenditures, how the city was operating, were positive in both 25 and 24, 15 million 25, 11 million in 24. In other words, both years were financially strong. Even the 15 million to 11 million comparison is not a true operational picture because in 24, we bought Surfers Point for 6 million. So operationally, 2024 was stronger than the 11 million figure suggests. So the question is, if operations were strong in both years, what explains the fund balance difference? That's here in transfers. Transfers are when money goes out of the general fund into other city funds, a lot of times for the future. In 2024, the city made 2 decisions about funds used for things like vehicles, equipment, and risk reserves called internal service funds. First, the city created a new fund for technology, put $500,000 into it. Second, the city decided to make an additional transfer of $6 million to replenish internal service funds for vehicles, equipment, and risk reserves. When you quantify that, transfers totaled about $18.4 million in 24 versus $12.2 million in 25. And that explains the difference. That largely explains the difference between the change in fund balance going from a little negative number in 24 to a positive number in 25. In other words, it wasn't a change about deficit spending to surplus spending. It was about how funds were allocated. And that's confirmed by the staff report making the recommendation for the 6 million. The staff report confirms, quote, "These operating transfers replenish fund balance only and do not increase budgeted expenditures." It wasn't about spending money. Putting it all together, both years were strong. Operational surpluses in both years. The changes in the general fund balance is a matter of allocation, not spending. And to be clear, I'm not criticizing any of the budget decisions. Both years were really strong, and the council, both councils, past and present, and the staff deserve a lot of credit for that. The city is financially strong, but I do think it's important that we describe the city's finances accurately. We were not in the red in 24 and now in the black in 25. We were in the black both years, and we just set aside less than 25. That was the difference. Thanks.
Ron Maddock, Liebenhain. Good evening, Mayor, council members. I'd like to say a few words about racism. I don't think that there are many people in Encinitas that support racism. I think the vast majority of us are disgusted by racism and don't approve of generalizing about groups of people, be they different races, genders, religions, or what have you. My own interpretation is that this is really a natural law, and when one watches young children of different races playing, it seems very clear that there is nothing natural about racism. Kids don't elevate the least important part about a person, like the amount of melanin in their skin, or the shape of their eyes, or the color of their hair to be the differentiating factor about that person. That is a learned behavior. In my opinion, the people responsible for spreading this learned behavior are those people who gain directly from it. Most importantly, very powerful people, often with corporate or political interests, use racism and other group differentiating techniques as a way to divide people in order to exploit them in one way or another. This runs a gamut from enabling wars and taking land to dividing manufacturing, agricultural, and other workers and lowering wages for both black and white, such as was common in the Jim Crow southern United States. In my own case, Nazis murdered many members of my father's family using the tool of racism to do so they could steal their property. For unscrupulous, powerful people, it's just a way of doing business. This city council owes its seats to the fact that the people of Encinitas were fed up with an abusive series of city councils that towed the line of Sacramento authoritarians and enabled their overreach of our community. If you wish to serve the people who elected you and oppose those powerful authoritarians, it is important to fight their tools of dividing us, one of which is racism. I read the Facebook posts by Commissioner Holbeck, since made private. They were most certainly racist, thrown out in a haughty manner, and no apology has been forthcoming. This city council should not tolerate its representatives to exhibit deliberate racist behavior or comments. It is time to remove Mr. Holbeck from this appointment without further discussion. Thank you.
Goodness, it's hot in here. Good evening, council members. My name is Kimberly Armstrong, and I am here to request urgent reconsideration for housing at Fox Point Farms here in beautiful Encinitas. In July of 2025, I applied and was approved and selected to move in August of 2025. And 4 days before we were supposed to go and pick up the keys, I got a call from the property management company saying there was a mistake with your application. Foster children do not count, and therefore you are considered a one-person household, and as a one-person household, you are over income. At the time of the denial, my foster son had been living with me for 251 days, and we were in the process and still are in the process of adoption, and so to call him temporary is false. He is not a temporary household member. He is a permanent household member who will be adopted over the next 6 months in the county of San Diego. As a resource parent in the county of San Diego, I have been approved for adoption since he was placed with me in December of 2024. Under the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, the IRS and HUD forms require that all physically residing household members, including foster children, be counted in household size. This is required by law on forms 8609, 8609A, 8823, and the tenant income certification form. Excluding my foster child from household size conflicts directly with Section 42 federal requirements, meaning the unit may have been incorrectly denied based on an over-income determination. Correcting this is not only about fairness, it's about ensuring the property remains compliant with federal law. My son and I are in the process of adoption, and this unit represents a stable, permanent home that meets our family's needs. Denying it based on a misapplied rule puts us in a vulnerable housing situation. It risks our housing instability, and it's not just a technical issue. It is about the well-being and safety of children in foster care. The property is scheduled for to open or to complete occupancy and place in service the last building, and the unit may be assigned to another family if it's not corrected immediately. I respectfully request that the council direct staff to apply Section 42.
Thank you.
That concludes oral communication tonight.
Okay, we will move on to item 7, changes to the agenda. I believe we have a
Closed session first.
Oh, I'm sorry. I skipped a report. Sorry, number 6, a report from closed session. If city attorney will report out.
Thank you, Mayor. The council met in closed session during the special meeting earlier today. They discussed items 1 through 3 as listed on the agenda. There's no reportable action from any of those items.
Okay. Now we will move on to changes to the agenda.
Thank you, Mayor. And moving to the changes to the agenda, item 8D has been removed from the agenda by staff and will be returning to council at a future meeting. And then also 8G has been removed entirely from the agenda by staff. And I do note before we get to the consent calendar, we do have a speaker on 8D.
Okay, so we'll take 8D and any others. We'll take the public comment for 8D.
Yes.
Okay.
And then
And do we have any other? You said which one other?
Well, moving to the consent calendar, 8H has been removed by staff.
8. Oh, to make a presentation. Okay.
To pull that. Yeah.
Okay. So moving on to the consent calendar, I have comments on 8D, at least one. I have 8H pulled from the consent calendar. Are there any other items the council would like to pull? If not, I'll entertain a motion to approve everything except 8D, 8G, and 8H.
Motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. And we'll call the question.
That motion carries unanimously, and it takes us to the speaker for item 8D, which is Elena Thompson with the time donation from Molly Hantlian, who is present.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for your service in our city. I'm here to talk about 8D, and I'm really glad that that got deleted from tonight's agenda. That was a wise move. This particular item surely merits a robust discussion, as well as possible vote on behalf of the taxpayers that would be funding this item, and detailed financial analysis. So 8D, in brief, was for the San Diego Rescue Mission to allow or to issue rental assistance checks to qualified persons in Encinitas experiencing homelessness. And so when I read this, I was really curious because I'm always advocating fiscal responsibility, Doge Encinitas, California, USA. And I asked myself, well, who are these people? And what is qualified? And who determines that? And when would the rental assistance be over? And who pays for this? So there were so many questions, and then I was troubled that it appeared on the agenda and it was on the consent agenda, meaning if I hadn't gotten up and spoken or it hadn't been pulled, you guys might have accidentally pushed a button like, let's approve it on consent. And so again, as a fiscal steward and a bit of a watchdog, I'm here to just say thank you. Thank you for pulling this. And one thing I've noticed is that in the recent HAP, the Homeless Action Plan presentation, in fact, what was really good at the end was that it was decided that the HAP would come back and there would be 3 community workshops, in fact, where the public would be invited to discuss the question and issue of homelessness in Encinitas. And I thought that was excellent. So that was really good. But, the key is that why would something like this slip on the agenda? Who put it there? And we don't have to go there, but why would this slip on the agenda and go to the front of the the train here before we even had those 3 community meetings. So you don't have to answer that, but I was asking that question myself. And then what also came to mind is I frequently, way too frequently, do report on the My Encinitas app, which I think is an excellent tool in our city. Homeless people in our city and troubled people, whether they're sleeping on the ground or having other issues in our town, sleeping in their cars. And I get around quite a bit, and I see this, and so I do report it because I know the HOPE team is going to go out and help these individuals, and I think that's great. But when I report it, I actually get back what's up on your screen here, that the city's taking an active role in helping those to find permanent housing. And I really think that this needs to be changed, because our city, it's not the responsibility of government to find people or provide permanent housing. And as a taxpayer, I reject that idea. It's not my responsibility either, or yours, or the job of government, as I said. So I think what we're working on is helping people find transitional housing, including rehab or whatever it is they need in the places where that exists. So I'd like to request that this gets edited and properly addresses what we're actually doing, because this is key. And we cannot help people find permanent housing. I was happy to see that the rescue mission actually got 40 people into transitional housing and rehab recently, and that was a real score. And then 2 did find some permanent housing. Where that is, I don't know. But the fact is, we see that on the street, that the majority are not ready for housing, and the city can't take on that debt. So, the main thing too is that I love what you're all working on as part of your strategic plan, and that is to help these people in our city and reduce homelessness. So I continue to question, then, why would we want to put a banner out on the I-5 saying we're now providing housing for the homeless in Encinitas? It just defies logic. I mean, I just bought a half gallon of milk, and in Encinitas at Lazy Acres, it's $7, and if you go to Escondido, it's $4.49. So, it just defies logic, thinking we can do what certain people might be wanting to do in Encinitas. And I think that, again, your mission of reducing homelessness is noble, but you have to stop funding the things that bring more homeless to Encinitas. That defies what you're trying to do here. And that also includes the Community Resource Center. And it's no secret that proposal for expanding the Community Resource Center in our downtown is working its way through the system right now. And it's been real hush-hush at the city, and I question that, because we have to protect our downtown, our businesses, our residents, and our tax base in the city. And so why we would, for a minute, consider expanding the CRC, the magnet, has been said by previous sheriffs, not the existing, but they would probably agree too, that this is a magnet for the homeless in our downtown. It just defies logic. And so I think you need to look at that and include it in your discussions. It was completely absent in the HAP. Okay? So thank you so much for your consideration.
And I'd add one thing to the rescheduling. When we do bring whatever form 8D comes back, I ask that it not be a consent item, that it be a regular agenda item. So, from the direction from the chair. So with that, we will move on. 8G we don't have to handle. We go on to 8H,
yep.
and we'll start with a staff report. And do we have any speakers? Oh, okay.
You give me a couple times tonight. Thank you very much, Mayor and City Council. This one we pulled from an error, and I appreciate the opportunity to go through simple presentation and information. And there was a memo, I think, that got passed around explaining some of that. So this is a recommendation to approve and authorize the city manager in consultation with the interim city attorney to execute amendment 2 in substantial form as set forth in attachment 3 with Brent Stevens, increasing the instructor compensation not to exceed amount from the initial agreement to the projected amount in amendment 2, and to extend one additional term of 12 months for a total agreement of 6 years. The number one goal for the city is to provide high-quality classes to community members and visitors. And this is one of those programs. Surf and beach enjoyment is a highly valued part of Encinitas, and so this service is very valued. This is the chart that was corrected. So this is the revised chart. My deepest apologies to the City Council, the City Manager, and to the public for my math mistake that led to this. The need for the revision and previous inflated projected revenue and expenditures. Some of the numbers we showed you earlier were a little higher than they should have been. There's no expense of that. It's still 75% of revenue brought in goes to the independent contractor. Concept Creative is an independent contractor instructor, has provided successful surf camps and instructional surf programs for the city of Encinitas since 2007. Led by Brent Stevens, they have worked effectively with Parks, Recreation, and Cultural Arts, fire and marine safety staff to ensure fun and safe surf camps and instructional programs. The fiscal year 24-25, there were 825 participants in surf camps and classes through Concept Creative. In July 1st, 2022, the city and Concept Creative entered into a 36-month agreement. Concept Creative received 75% of registration revenue. The agreement was amended in August 2024 to extend it another 24 months, and the total not to exceed $916,050. This request would extend the agreement to June 30th, 2028, with a not to exceed amount of $1,465,315. Sorry, there's a lot for me to get out in one breath. This is an increase in the not to exceed amount by $549,265. All payments to Concept Creative are completed after full registrations have been received by the city, and the class has been completed, with Concept Creative, as I said, receiving 75% of registration fees. In 2028, the city will have the ability to negotiate a new agreement with Concept Creative or advertise with new service providers to negotiate for independent contract services. In 2028, I'm sorry, I typed that twice. So in short, that brings all that together. Happy to answer any questions.
Jim.
Do we need a comment on this?
Oh, no, there was no public comment.
Okay.
Yeah, so we can go straight to deliberation.
So first off, I want to thank staff and city manager for reviewing this. I know this was a discussion in my briefing yesterday that came up with these numbers being a little bit high as they were presented. And I think we're working on doing a lot of things better all the time. And I'm really grateful that you took the time to go back, take that information, and come up with these numbers where they actually probably should sit. So we make mistakes up here as we come to it, but we work together to make sure those mistakes don't get too far down the road. And I think this is a great example of that.
Thank you.
So thank you for that. That said, I do want to reiterate something I said in my briefing, which is I do think next time as this comes back and the next time it's set to be reviewed, I think we should look at having two surf camps that participate in this contract and change the split to more of an 80-20. I do believe that competition is good. I think the demand is there, and that it would serve the city and the residents better, and still serve these surf camps extraordinarily well to have that set up. So if we can, in the future, whenever this is due to be reviewed again, make sure that is a consideration, or at least discussion at council. I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then I had just one question. What the city gets is basically the revenue minus the expenditures. Is that basically it? The expenditure includes the 75% that goes?
Yeah, we take in registration, 25% of it comes to the city, 75% goes to the contractor.
And so the difference between the gross registration revenue and the agreement expenditure would be what comes to the city, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so this reduced the projected revenue and therefore also the projected expenditures, and did the net coming to the city actually change, but actually it's more accurate, but it's actually less than it was projected.
Correct. That we were.
That's what I thought.
Except for, being careful how I use the word padding to make sure that we covered all where the program might grow, which it has consistently grown. We wanted to be prepared for that. We just realized the number was a little bit more than expectations.
Yeah, but the air did not change the revenue it did change the revenue to the city. It actually reduced it slightly, but it's more accurate.
Yes.
It's what it would have been anyways. Okay, thank you. With that, I'll entertain a motion.
Could I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, sorry.
Were there any other, is there any other city contracted vendors that, I mean, if we split this to two surf schools, is there any other programs that have, that? Two vendors. Yeah, two vendors, or is it just kind of one vendor for each contract?
No. Well, that's okay. I mean, anybody that wants to teach a class in the city can go online and put in that information and go through it. We don't search in the norm for competing services. A youth basketball camp, we typically will have one to be that success. But you look at surf, and we have 9 private companies providing the service also out on the beach.
All right. I'll rest for now. I see Jim has something to say.
Okay, and are you still up? Sorry.
Oh, no, I think the basis to have two is that the demand is there down the road, and that it's not necessarily a competition in the sense of pitting them against each other, but it does create a bit of quality control. Right now, it's a single entity that gets all of the contract. This would, I assume, go to some sort of RFP, some sort of the process that they'd have to apply to be part of. That would be something we'd vet out here to figure out. But I think it would be best for the residents. It would certainly benefit one of the surf schools. I mean, in my mind, this is a great benefit for the surf school. City's recruiting the customer. City's managing the registration fees and the registration setup and all of the recruitment stuff. And the business, it takes that off the business's plate, which is a huge lift and probably really helpful for these surf schools. So if we get, in a lot of ways, we'd really be helping more than one surf school to be effective, as well as helping our residents. That's why I lean that way. I'm not stuck to it, but I think it's worth the discussion.
Okay, with that, if I don't see anybody else, I'll entertain a motion to approve. Anybody?
Motion to approve.
Okay, second. I got a motion and a second. Let's call the question.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10A.
Okay.
Mayor, I request to speak, as I mentioned to you before the meeting.
Yeah. So we'll recognize Councilmember Lyons.
In regards to item 10A, I will make a statement. Last week, I received a complaint from the FPPC, the Fair Political Practices Commission. It was a complaint that I have, and it was anonymous. It was a complaint that I have a conflict of interest on item 10A, which is our native plant ordinance. I responded to the complaint as requested, and I haven't received a response back from the FPPC. They're aware that this item is on our agenda tonight. So I'm making a statement that I do not have a conflict of interest, and I'll proceed with my involvement in this action. Conflict of interest is identified by being involved in an action where I might have a financial benefit. As most people know, I am a licensed landscape architect. I will have no financial benefit in this item, in that for a couple reasons. One is that I no longer practice landscape architecture. I don't receive any income from the profession, and I haven't practiced since June of last year. Also, there may be a question that this ordinance requires or does requires the right word, another submittal from the city or to the city from a landscape architect. And that then in itself might be increasing the body of work for the profession of landscape architecture. And this draft item will demonstrate that it does not request an additional submittal. It's simply a modification of what the plant species are on the landscape plans that are already required to be submitted to the city. So we will probably reveal a little bit more detail on that as this item gets addressed. So that is my statement. Thank you.
Okay, and this is a public hearing, and so we have particular procedures for public hearing. The first step will be staff will give their report. I will then ask council members to disclose any other information they have received that was not included in the staff report. We'll then go with preliminary questions from the council here. I will then open the public hearing. We'll take our public hearing. I think we have 7 so far. I'll then close the public hearing, and we'll have our council discussion and deliberation. So with that, we'll start with the staff report.
Great, thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Deputy Mayor, City Council members. My name is Sarah Cadona, Senior Planner with the City of Encinitas and Project Manager for this work effort. So let's get started with some introductions. So from the city, we have myself, Sarah Cadona, Patty Anders, Planning Manager, Jordan Villagomez, Senior Deputy Fire Marshal, Hanson Leclerc, Contract City Arborist. And from the consultant team, we have Lindsay Tunis and Shirley Anekin with SWCA and Patrick Montgomery with Native West Nursery. And we also have Scott Drafkin, a Director of Development Services. In 2022, the City Council formed a native plant ordinance subcommittee, which consisted of Councilmember Hinsey and Lines. And in 2023, Mayor Ehlers replaced Hinsey on the subcommittee. In March, May, and August of 2022, the subcommittee, Planning Commission, Environmental Commission, and UFAC held 3 joint meetings to discuss the scope of work for this project. And at these scoping meetings is where the group consensus was to exclude single-family residences. In January of 23, the City Council initiated this work effort. In March of 24, the City Council asked staff to refine the scope of work and the budget. In June of 24, the City Council approved a $150,000 budget for the simplified native plant ordinance and to hire a consultant. In July of 24, the staff released a request for proposal, and in October of 24, the City Council approved a professional services agreement with SWCA. So since October of last year, staff worked with the consultant team to conduct research and draft materials for community outreach efforts. Staff and the consultants hosted 3 community workshops in 2025. The first one was a focused stakeholder meeting with the Native Plants for Encinitas group. The second was a community-wide workshop where we released a draft outline of the ordinance and brainstormed ideas on incentive programs. And the third community workshop was to review the draft ordinance and discuss potential incentive programs. Then in November, we brought the ordinance to the Environmental Commission and UFAC for a joint public hearing to receive public comments on, the ordinance. And then the ordinance was made available for public review from October 21st through November 18th. Staff did receive 3 comments from the public on the ordinance. And most recently, on February 19th, staff brought the ordinance to the Planning Commission for review and to make a recommendation to council, where they unanimously approved. There were many key community stakeholders and partners that helped shape the development of this ordinance and incentive programs, not only through participation and feedback that was received at the workshop, but additional meetings and extensive collaboration was had with city staff. The The collaboration included working with several city and governmental agencies, environmental and community organizations, and local industry partners as listed on this slide. We truly appreciate everyone's participation and enthusiasm throughout this community-driven collaborative work effort. So it's important to note that the goal of this ordinance is to establish clear landscaping requirements for qualifying development projects to increase local pollinator species, promote environmental sustainability and resilience, improve habitat and local native biodiversity, and foster long-term successful native landscapes, and to define what a Southern California native plant is. This ordinance does not establish a new process, rather simply codifies the Planning Commission's existing policy that requires 50% Southern California native plants to be planted, and this policy has been in effect since 2016. The definition of Southern California native plant is a native plant that is known or has been known to occur in the listed Jepson bioregions, which we will go over on the next slide. And the definition states that native cultivars and naturally occurring hybrids found in these bioregions will also qualify. So here's a map of the Jepson bioregions, also known as ecoregions and referenced as such on the CalScape website. All of the ecoregions that have a dot next to them were considered for this definition, but through community outreach and input, the ecoregions shown with a yellow dot are included in the definition, and the 2 ecoregions shown with red dots were removed from the definition, resulting in a total of 12 qualifying ecoregions that are listed on this slide. Based on our community input and technical expertise, CalScape was the data resource most favored and recommended to be referenced in the native plant ordinance. CalScape is a very user-friendly data resource and includes many different filtering options, such as nursery availability, plant type, sun and water needs, special uses, soil drainage, ease of care, and attraction of wildlife. After hearing that CalScape was the preferred resource, staff and team had multiple meetings with the California Native Plant Society, also known as CNPS, to better understand how the existing search features worked. As we reviewed the platform with CNPS, we realized that some of the search features were geographically limiting. CNPS was very enthusiastic about the work we were doing and generously volunteered to make enhancements to their website and decided to prioritize this update within their work plan early to accommodate the specific needs of Encinitas and advance the success of this ordinance. By adding a new searchable feature, which allows a user to filter by ecoregions, which align with the Native Plant Ordinance's definition of Southern California native plant, I'm excited to announce that this improvement to the CNPS website went live last fall and will really help streamline and implement the Native Plant Ordinance for not only landscape professionals, but all users who would like to implement the ordinance. The city is serving as a leader in California in advancing a native plant ordinance, and based off staff's research, no other city in California has an approved native plant ordinance, and many cities and counties in California have programs and recommendations to encourage the use of native and drought-tolerant plants. However, no formal native plant ordinance has been adopted. Additionally, I wanted to note that I have been contacted by other cities within San Diego County regarding the city's ordinance, as other cities, councils, and commissions are interested in the work effort that we are leading in the state. So now that we discussed the definition of a Southern California native plant in the selected data resource, I'd like to go over the ordinance's applicability and exemptions. This ordinance will be applicable to projects that are processing the following discretionary permits and also proposing a landscaping plan, which include projects subject to design review and major use permits in the ecological resource, open space, and park zones, and all city projects. In addition, the ordinance includes a list of exemptions, and some exemptions I like to highlight are single-family residences, ADUs, JADUs, city-owned athletic fields, and professional growing operations. I would like to clarify that single-family subdivision applications that include a design review permit and propose a landscaping plan would be subject to the ordinance. And if one of the homeowners decide to replace their landscaping, the homeowner would be required to comply with the originally approved landscaping plan, including the native plant requirements. Although the native plant ordinance exempts single-family residences, homes approved with a subdivision requiring a DR permit and a landscaping plan must replant pursuant to the approved landscaping. The ordinance contains general requirements, and some I'd like to highlight are the eligible projects that would be subject to the 50% native plant requirement, except for new city projects, which would be required to plant 100% Southern California native. In addition, the ordinance has criteria on how to calculate the 50%, and a sample landscaping plan has been provided as attachment 3 to the agenda report and will be included as part of the educational materials available to the public and professionals as a tool to help projects demonstrate compliance with the ordinance. Another requirement is that all landscape areas that are within 50 feet of an environmentally sensitive area are required to plant 100% Southern California native. The ordinance requires that the landscaping plans be prepared and stamped by a licensed landscape architect. In addition, to ensure the installed landscaping complies with the approved landscape plan prior to certificate of occupancy of the building permit or final of a grading permit if a building permit is not required, the ordinance requires the landscape architect to provide a stamped and signed landscape certificate of completion form to the city within 10 days from the signature date. The requirement for a licensed landscape architect stamp and certification establishes accountability and affirms that the information presented in the landscaping plan is accurate and reliable. Staff has done extensive research on existing incentive programs available within the city and region and has created a detailed resource guide for community members to utilize. Some of the existing programs include rebates, contests, pollinator kits, membership discounts, classes, and workshops. In addition, staff conducted extensive outreach, research, and collaboration to determine new incentive programs to encourage non-qualifying projects, including single-family residences, to convert existing landscapes into Southern California native landscapes. This effort included community input from the public workshops, meeting with key stakeholders such as the water districts, nurseries, and the Botanic Garden to discuss the potential partnerships and opportunities for new incentive programs. Based on staff's research and analysis, staff is proposing the following new incentive programs. Staff would like to point out that the costs included in attachment 2 of the staff report are only estimates. And if the City Council approved any of the proposed incentive programs, staff would need to conduct additional analysis for a final cost. Staff recommended the following programs for City Council's consideration. The first one is a coupon program that would offer 1 free native plant a month to community members at participating nurseries. The second is a rebate program that would reimburse residents up to $200 of qualifying Southern California native plants. The third could offer 1 free native plant yard sign for residents who could provide proof of conversion. And this could be an opportunity to do an art contest with Encinitas schools to design these signs. And the fourth could be the city hosting annual workshops at different locations around the city, such as city parks or the city's new demonstration garden that is currently underway, existing school gardens, nurseries, botanic garden, and/or city events. On February 19th, 2026, the Planning Commission unanimously approved the native plant ordinance and potential incentive programs with 2 recommendations. The 2 recommendations were to remove golf courses from the list of exemptions and to add an incentive program that allows the city to purchase a large amount of native plants and to distribute these plants at a community event like Arbor Day. Staff does not recommend incorporating these recommendations because the fairways should be exempt and any landscaped area outside of the actively maintained and playable areas would be subject to the ordinance. And the Parks and Rec Department is already exploring the option to incorporate this incentive into community events such as Arbor Day. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt Ordinance Number 2026-07, adding Chapter 23.27, Plants and Trees, to Title 23, Building and Construction of the Encinitas Municipal Code, and to provide staff direction on potential native plant incentive programs. This concludes my presentation, and staff, as well as the consultant team, are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll ask the council to disclose any other information they've received that was not included in the staff report, and we'll start down at the far end.
I'll disclose that I attended some of the meetings that were itemized in this item, some of the public meetings. I've also attended the Native Plants for Encinitas neighborhood and community group meetings, and in those meetings, we discussed this ordinance.
I have nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
Nothing to disclose.
And I, too, attended many of the same meetings, public meetings, maybe different ones at some time. So we were there sometimes for the public meetings talking about the native plant ordinance. And I also am on the mailing list with Joy for the native plants for Encinitas. I don't think there was any additional information that I haven't seen in this report. And this is kind of the culmination of all those meetings and all the public meetings. So with that, we will now move on to any preliminary questions. And did you have anything? So I don't have any either. So with that, I will open the public hearing and we will take public comments.
We have 8 speakers. I'll call you up 3 at a time. First 3 speakers, Basie Klopp, followed by Don Rideout, and then Dana Pierce.
Good evening, City Council, City staff. My name is Basie Klopp, and I live with my family in Village Park. I'm a member of the Native Plants for Encinitas group and a parent advisor to SDA's Garden Club, which is run by the landscape architecture teacher Martin Shaker. I am here to express my enthusiastic support for the city's native plant ordinance, as well as to extend heartfelt gratitude to Councilmember Joy and to Mayor Bruce for their foresight and guidance on this critical issue. With Council's approval tonight, Encinitas would be at the forefront of a small but rapidly growing movement to restore native plants to our country's landscape. We are lucky enough to live in the most biologically rich county in the continental United States, but it is also the most threatened, with around 200 imperiled plants and animals, more than any other county in the country. Development, invasive species, and habitat fragmentation are real challenges for the plants and animals that we have unwittingly displaced. This ordinance gives Encinitas an incredible opportunity to help local flora and fauna going forward. Native plants are not only beautiful, they are the foundation of all native wildlife. They sustain our native bees, butterflies, and other pollinators whom the city has previously committed to protecting through the Bee City USA program. They protect our lagoons by reducing runoff and eliminating the need for chemical fertilizers. And once established, they use a fraction of the water of conventional ornamental landscapes. This native plant ordinance would weave all of these benefits together and evolve how our city grows and develops, not as a suggestion, but as a commitment to the future of this region. Boosted by the city's actions on this ordinance, SDA's Garden Club students have developed a native plant palette for their own campus here in town. The club has also petitioned their school district board members to compel the use of native plants exclusively for any future projects, both at SDA and district-wide. The Garden Club has added well over 100 new native plants this school year alone, with more than 500 going into the ground between their own projects and future construction projects this summer. The students have been inspired to act by the leadership they have seen at their municipal level. Encinitas may be the first city in San Diego County to pass a native plant ordinance, but there will soon be others. I am proud to live in a community that demonstrates leadership and care for the plants and wildlife that were here before we arrived, and we hope will be here for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, I'm Don Rideout, and I'm here to speak in favor of the ordinance, enthusiastic in favor of the ordinance. I'm part of Native Plants of Encinitas, which is a growing group of local native plant advocates who have been involved and will continue to support and provide input and assistance. This ordinance is something that you will be able to be really proud of once it's adopted and underway. All the other cities in the region are looking at Encinitas now to understand how they can do something similar. They're not going to want to do exactly the same. They're all going to want to tailor it to their own city and their own needs. But this is something where Encinitas really has a chance to lead, and I urge you to take advantage of that opportunity. The staff has done a superb job of laying out all the reasons why to do this and how it would be done. And I just have one item that I would like to see if we can get a little clarification on, and that is the issue of, well, it's in section B2 of the ordinance, conflicting provisions. And it states that the city arborist can substitute trees if necessary to meet certain other requirements, such as sight distance and traffic and so on. And so this is no reflection on the current city arborist. He's great. He's doing a great job. It's just the question of whether a substitution like that would involve a native tree. If a native tree is going to be substituted for, will it be substituted with a native tree? For instance, if some type of oak is going to be taken out in favor of some other tree, would a native tree be used as a substitute for it? But aside from that, I just want to reiterate that I'm very strongly in support of this program, and after its adoption, I look forward to continuing to work with all of you to make it really successful and make it something that we can all be very proud of. Thank you.
Good evening, City Council, Mayor Ehlers, City Council staff. Sarah, thank you for a wonderful presentation. That was excellent. I'm a longtime resident of Encinitas. I was coming to City Council meetings when Marge Gaines was first mayor here, and maybe before that when it was still county. So I've been here a long time when a lot of what we see, a lot of the development and infrastructure that we see wasn't even here. And I'm alarmed when I see more and more high-density projects. You know, the strawberry fields are being bulldozed, the whole hillsides being bulldozed on Encinitas Boulevard. We're seeing whole corridors, wildlife corridors along Piraeus being marked and staked for more development. And I think it's really, really important that we maintain some of our native habitat and some of our native wildlife corridors, not just for coyotes and bobcats and the larger mammals, but also for invasive, smaller butterflies and smaller insects that also need a place to live. So I'm a strong advocate and a supporter of the ordinance here. And as a resident of Encinitas, longtime resident of Encinitas, I'd love to see more native plants incorporated into our environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next three speakers, Thomas Webb, followed by Julie Thunder, and then John Helmer.
My name is Thomas Webb. I moved here with my family in 1990 into property in Olivenhain that's near Escondido Creek. And I just want to thank everyone who's been involved, the staff, the city council, the mayor, for putting together a really, in many ways, a visionary, but also a relatively conservative draft ordinance, and I'm in very strong support of it. I wanted to share just a little bit of advantages that I've experienced on my property as I've continually added and increased the habitats for animals and wildlife on my property. So since 1990, I've been growing vegetables. I have a large small fruit orchard. I have large raised beds. And I've managed to find ways of integrating vegetable gardening and fruit trees with native plants, and actually they get along quite well. But as I've continued to add native plants, I've found the snowballing effect, both with the wildlife that's coming on my property, seeing native bees that I've never seen before in flowers on my own property, seeing whiptail lizard on my property, which is an indicator species that I'm actually maybe doing kind of a good job with bringing these habitats and the animals to my property. The birds that I've had nesting on my property, not counting all the visiting birds, but I have hooded oriole nests on my property, western phoebes every year for the over 30 years nest on my property, spotted and California towhees all the time in the sage that I've planted, mourning dove nests, house finch nests, too many hummingbird nests to possibly count, and even western bluebirds nesting on my property, which unfortunately many people in Encinitas don't ever get to see. So if you want to see more wildlife, if you want to enjoy sponsoring and fostering a home for all of these organisms which are struggling right now, this initiative that you've put together and worked so hard on, I just want to congratulate you for the vision of doing it. I think it's really great. I would only ask that you consider one small thing, and that's that in Section F, Paragraph 5, you talk about 50 feet from a wilderness area. If that could be 100 feet, it would have way more than twice the amount of impact. So thank you very much.
Hi, Julie Thunder, Cardiff. I'm also a committed gardener. I have a lot of native plants. I must be doing something right because I have a gazillion lizards living in my yard. Snakes come and visit me, and a bunch of birds nest on my property. And I'm in the middle of Cardiff, so I think that says a lot. So I think a native plant policy is a good idea. But I'm not sure it should be a law the way you have it framed. And I'd like you to reconsider a couple things and send this back to the drawing board. A couple of points. The definition of a native plant species is one that occurs naturally in a specific region without human introduction. It has evolved over time in that location and is adapted to the climate and soil and interacts with wildlife and pollinators, which is the focus of this ordinance. But this ordinance allows plants from faraway regions to be considered native. In fact, it allows Southern California natives, not just Encinitas natives. Included regions in the group of accepted ecoregions. Two examples are the San Gabriel Mountains and the Sonoran Desert. And more, sorry. Plants that are native to the desert in eastern California and Arizona, we've all done that drive across I-8, are not native to Encinitas. They're just not. So if you approve this, please change the name. If you approve it as is, please change the name to something like the regional-ish plant policy or the native to somewhere plant ordinance. Because as it stands, it's not about Encinitas natives. And you have several references to a great group and some amazing speakers that understand the plants that are native to Encinitas. Why not go big? If you're going to do this, go big and make it about Encinitas and coastal Southern California, not desert mountains, Mojave Desert, Sonoran Desert, and the San Bernardino Mountains. Second, we would, as she said, be the first city in the state to pass a law of this nature. There's probably a reason. Dozens of other cities stopped short of making this a law and instead publish strong suggestions and offer incentive plans because it's just silly to legislate what can be planted and write rules about maintenance. And by the way, this ordinance says that the rules won't be enforced. The maintenance rules won't be enforced. So I would suggest that you send it back and limit it to city property only.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. My name is John Helmer. I'm current board chair of Nature Collective, formerly San Elijo Lagoon Conservancy, and a Encinitas resident since 2004. I have a letter from our executive director that's been submitted to the council, and I'd like to read it. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, on behalf of Nature Collective, I am writing to express our strong support for the intent and framework of the proposed native plant ordinance. With nearly 40 years of habitat restoration experience here in Encinitas, through the stewardship of the San Elijo Lagoon and surrounding areas, we have seen firsthand how native landscapes serve as the biological background of a healthy community, promoting biodiversity and long-term environmental resilience. Based on our extensive field experience, we offer the following professional observations and recommendations to strengthen the ordinance. We applaud the requirement that 100% of the plants within 50 feet of environmental sensitive environment that the city seeks to protect, and create a transition zone that helps safeguard our canyons, lagoons from invasive plant encroachment. We recognize the significant community concern about fire hazards, particularly in high-risk zones such as Levenheim. Our organization maintains a neutral position on debates surrounding fire management. However, we'd like to emphasize that native landscaping and fire safety are not mutually exclusive. Many low-fuel, drought-tolerant native species are excellent candidates for fire-wise defensible space. We support the continued authority of the fire department to oversee vegetation abatement and ensure that public safety remains the primary filter through which landscaping choices are made. Environmental progress should not come at the expense of the most vulnerable in our community. Discretionary permit requirements and specialized nursery stock can create a financial barrier for some low-income homeowners. To ensure this ordinance is equitable, we ensure the council to consider fund, we believe these are consistent with the staff recommendation. Fund incentive programs, allocate a portion of the budget to bulk plant purchases, rebates, and native starter kits. Prioritize education, focus on city-led workshops and technical assistance to help residents navigate the Cal State database and compliance processes without incurring high consultant fees. After 4 decades of restoring local ecosystems, we know that the plants we put in the ground today will define Encinitas' ecological legacy for the next 40 years. By adopting this ordinance with a 50-foot buffer and a commitment,
Thank you.
Sincerely, Jennifer Bright, Chief Executive Officer, Nature Collective.
Next three speakers, Brad Lefkowitz, followed by Elena Thompson, and then Julie Fisher.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Brad Lefkowitz, District 4, Chair of UFAC. I want to start by thanking staff, Native Plants for Encinitas Group, the many commission and committee members and members of the public who have contributed input on this ordinance over the last several years. And I want to acknowledge that many of the concerns raised during the joint UFAC and Environmental Commission meeting were addressed, and I appreciate the team for incorporating those suggestions. There are 2 points I want to highlight tonight. One relates to specific language in the ordinance, and the other relates more broadly to how we approach implementing something like this. First, I believe the 50% native requirement on sites subject to design review is great. I also think 100% requirement for sites adjacent to open space or environmentally sensitive areas is really important. And I think it's worth considering narrowing the allowable ecoregions in those areas to encourage the use of more hyper-local plants. Where I do have a small concern, and Don, don't come up and shank me from behind, is the 100% requirement on city-owned land. UFAC raised similar concerns related to trees, and an exemption was created allowing the city arborist to override that requirement when necessary. I think that discretion could be written more clearly into the ordinance. Lowering the requirement to less than 100% on city-owned land could help ensure species diversity while giving professionals the flexibility to make decisions based on site conditions. And for my friends in Native Plants for Encinitas, I would note that less than 100% requirement does not prevent 100% native planting. It simply allows for room for professional judgment when conditions warranted. Lastly, I want to briefly acknowledge that this ordinance represents a meaningful shift in how we think about landscapes in our city. In my work as a landscape designer, I regularly encounter strong reactions to plant choices. I wish all my clients were as committed as my friends there. Some people want a strictly native garden, while others have strong reservations about native plants for a variety of reasons, sometimes based on misconceptions, sometimes based on past experiences. Because of that, the success of this ordinance will depend not just on the policy itself, but on how we implement it. That means investing in the care and maintenance of native landscapes, particularly our demonstration gardens. A well-maintained, beautiful demonstration garden will go a long way toward encouraging the use of native plants on private property. A poorly designed or poorly maintained demonstration garden can move the needle in the wrong direction. It means allowing room and patience for a learning curve as we adapt to new planting approaches. And it means committing to revisiting this policy in the future to assess how it is working and where it can improve. I truly hope we find a way forward on this tonight, and I appreciate the work that has gone into it. Thank you for your time.
Hi there, Elena Thompson. So one of my favorite gardens in all of California is the Huntington Gardens. And if people haven't been there, they've got all the native plants and then gardens from all over the world. And I'm a big native plant lover and have a Baja Borrego style garden at my home. So I think this is super cool. I just have a couple questions. One would be, can this be a native plant program instead of a native plant ordinance? The second question would be, are we increasing the cost of doing business for businesses, and are we increasing the cost of housing already super expensive in Encinitas by having these requirements, these regulations, these mandates, these laws, these requirements for compliance? Will this increase the cost of doing business? And I also would ask, how will government, the size of government, increase as a result of this program? What we're going to have to regulate, approve, disapprove, survey, permit, just the program management. What will all this cost? How many new staff people will we need? I didn't see any of that in the staff report, the fiscal aspects of this ordinance, hopefully program. So I think that's really key that we're looking at, because this is super cool. I don't doubt it, and I agree with what everybody said, and it is important. But we also have to look at being fiscal stewards of taxpayers' money, and can we grow government to support yet another program like this. We've got so many cool things in Encinitas, but can this be a program without being a costly program, and can it be a program without being a law and an ordinance and a mandate? Because honestly, I don't want anyone telling me what I do with my private property. So thank you.
Julie Fisher. Following Julie will be Dave Dean and then Rachel Graves.
I apologize for coming late. I was out of the city actually for a long time during when all this was going on, but I think everyone's doing a great job. I did want to reiterate, it doesn't seem like this applies to like existing housing and stuff, so I don't really understand why people are like, oh my God, my property, no offense, but it doesn't seem to apply to anything that's already existing. The fire issue, Greg Rubin, was he consulted, does anyone know, for any of this? I mean, he is like he does fantastic fire resistant natives. He has a Navy contract. Call him always, he's awesome. I am a person who, since it was brought up, I wasn't going to bring it up, but it has been brought up. I would prefer to see some tweaking later on. It doesn't have to be done right now because I'd like to get this passed and get it moving. But going more hyper-local on the 50%, I think would be helpful. It's not something I want you to hang on to hold up, but there are 50% of the plants that are allowed to be from other ecoregions, including the Sonora Desert. My concern there was about having xeriscapes that just look like one cactus and mulch and that's it, and creating heat islands and not really helping the biodiversity. But I don't want to have that hold up an otherwise really good ordinance. So I really appreciate everyone's work. I have 2 Engelmans in my yard. Don't let anyone think that they grow slowly. They grew 5 feet a year for 3.5 years running. I had to cut out 90% of the roots. I have delivered 5,000 acorns myself from San Luis Obispo County through all the counties down to, I think it's the one right at where, is that Native West? I can't remember. Several hundred went to them. My goal is to reestablish Engelman oaks because they used to grow all the way from Ventura County into the near coastal zones as well, maybe not right on the coast. I'd like to see a recognition that when people started first, like Europeans started documenting plants, a lot of damage had already been done, tremendous amount of damage. So our assumptions about where things were, we need to kind of broaden that and looking like, especially from the Santa Barbara coast. And if you do consider looking as an adjunct at education, there is a CNPS link to a map that has an ecoregion that's just the coastal, near coastal zone from Santa Barbara all down to San Diego. So if you wanted to educate people about how they can get a little more hyper-local, that's a very helpful, a little less confusing to me. But you know, like I said, I don't want to hold this up. I think it's a great idea, and it's certainly a great start, and I hope you can pass it. And if anyone wants Engelman oak acorns, Wildlands Conservancy has my acorns and saplings that they planted at the Santa Margarita River Preserve. And I've got lots of little orphans in my yard waiting to be transplanted. And I usually get a crop of anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 acorns a year. I have a valley oak that's just now starting to produce acorns. So mother oak tree, that's my favorite plant. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff. Dave Dean, and I just wanted to step up and give my support for this. It is absolutely amazing what happens in nature. The best time to enjoy it as far as seeing the lizards and the hummingbirds and the butterflies and the caterpillars is early in the morning. And when I see kids coming through the rock garden and looking at the different plants and the different animals that are exchanging their lives together, it is amazing. One of the rocks says this is a land of lizards, and little boys and girls come to, play with the lizards, a catch and release program, and the hummingbirds will follow you through the garden and stuff in the mornings, and it is just a magical time. So the more we can work on this together with the native plants, I'm highly in support of it. Recently appointed as a Parks and Rec Commissioner or Committee or whatever title it is, I don't know, but I hope to become more knowledgeable in this and implement more of it. And I would like to also say I'm kind of more on the program side than the law side on this in general, but it seems amazing, and the joy that it brings to people when they get out in nature and experience it is unbelievable enthusiasm. So I think you guys are doing the right thing by bringing this forth, and thank you, and I support it.
Good evening, Rachel Graves. 5 years, $150,000, I think, was the contract, and quite a bit of staff time. I hope we can, this has been going on for 5 years, Bruce.
That's before.
And I hope that we can either decide on it or not. I support it in theory, and I think it's a really great goal to strive for. I do have some of the same concerns, though, with costs of government and then also costs of living. We're constantly seeing new buildings go up in town because we need affordable housing. And I wasn't anticipating speaking tonight, but Councilmember Joy Lyons, I think you're uniquely poised to contribute to this conversation and maybe guide some of the other council members, because you've sat on both sides of this issue. You joined this group in 2021 and have been working on the native plant ordinance for 5 years, yet you also served as the landscape architect for the biggest project in the entire city. And I spoke about it at the UFAC. I can't remember the numbers right now, but I believe you planted, or you drew designs to plant 50 or so trees, none of which are native, 300 to 400, maybe more, shrubs and flowers, none of which were native, many of which weren't even on our tree list to be planted in the city. So you can see both sides. I can see that you sit on both sides of that issue. And you might be able to tell these council members who are trying to maybe get more for the city and the people of the city than maybe hand over to the developers. You might be able to tell them why it is that developers aren't going for native plants. And maybe that's a way that you all, who are fighting these overdevelopments, can get something for our community. And maybe if you put this ordinance through, these big developers aren't going to walk all over us in that small way. And I think that's a way to get a win for the city and a loss for the big developers. Thank you.
That concluded public speakers on this. However, we did have one speaker, Marianne Bach, who registered support but chose not to speak.
Okay.
Mayor, Rachel called me out by name, and I'd like to have a chance to respond.
Okay, I'll let you do that right now.
Thank you.
I'm up first, but.
I would just respond to her comment. I wasn't the landscape architect on the largest development project in the city. I think you're referring to Quail Meadows. And I was only hired to do the streetscape. So my contract was just the streetscape, which was the portion that's adjacent to the development in the public right-of-way. I want to clarify that.
Okay, and with that, I will now close the public hearing and go to council discussions, which I'm going to start it off. Boy, I've only been working on this about a little over 3 years, barely, about 3 years. So, couple things. I've as I go around talking to people, and I'm into native plants, I'm a native plant nerd, and I am amazed at the number of residents in Encinitas that are into native plants. I knock on doors every campaign. I have run in and met people. Ironically, I had one, I was in his native garden. He said, if only we could get the city council to do something about this. And I'm like, you're kidding, right? He didn't know I was city council at the time, so it was kind of funny. But so this is a practice that was already in place by when I got on Planning Commission. I think I got on Planning Commission of March of 2017. It was primarily Brett Farrow on the Planning Commission that was doing this and putting a requirement, a condition of approval on each one of the subdivisions typically. And very important point on the way this ordinance is written, it is not changing if a landscape plan has to be done. There's no new landscaping plans being generated from this. It's changing what is on the plan. So it's really not adding cost. To address the hyper-local, I would love to be able to do hyper-local. Trouble is you can't buy them. I would love to buy Encinitas Baccharis and put it in my yard. I would love to buy local Del Mar Manzanita, federally endangered local, hyper-local plant. You can't get it. So what the group and Native Plants for Encinitas, NP4E, found, and what a lot of the experts that came and talked to us, I don't think we had Greg Rubin, but I've used Greg Rubin for stuff, but we had peers of Greg's, certainly. What they basically said is it's a chicken and egg situation. You got to have the supply in order to put it in the ground, and we're not there. The industry is, and I'll tell you, since I've been doing native plants, the industry has come a long way, and we can get a lot more native plants, a lot more local native plants. So this is a step. It's a good step. I don't think it adds costs, at least not significant costs, to landscaping. And in fact, the lower water requirement and you put native plants in our native soil and they do well. That comes from 30 years of experience with me planting as a total amateur. So, but I've learned a lot over that time, and there is a big education component. So I wanted to cover that. The last area I really wanted to speak to, and then I'll yield, was the fire issue. And I've talked to Greg Rubin about native plants, and he's adamant that they do not add to fire risk, that their fuel is less. But why is this an ordinance? And one of the reasons is to put it on the proper footing and in the proper relation to our fire code. And our fire chief, I told him I was going to quote him tonight. He was responding to that public comment in an email back to somebody, and he hit it on the nose. He said, quote, "The ordinance does not remove the fire department's authority in the fire hazard severity zone. Fire safety requirements remain in place, and properties in the fire hazard severity zone must still comply." And by the way, it's true for anywhere. The fire, whether you're in a severity zone or not, the laws apply. With the zone, they must still comply with all applicable fire safety requirements as determined by the Encinitas Fire Department. The ordinance also allows trimming when necessary for public safety, fire management requirements, access clearance, and maintenance operations. In other words, the city is not placing habitat goals above fire safety. And then he closes. The purpose here is to adopt a policy framework that preserves fire authority, clarifies applicability, and promotes appropriate native landscape and qualifying projects. And so that's why the ordinance, because before it was just haphazard. Now at least it's on a footing, and we know the actual relationship to fire and other requirement. It's being handled very similarly to any other design requirement that would go on a project. And it's only being applied to projects that would have had a landscape design required. And I'd be remiss if I didn't thank everybody in Native Plants for Encinitas and staff. I'll get to staff. You did great on this, I really thought. But especially Don, I like to say herded all the cats. You did a great job. I got to attend your meetings. You kept us all informed. I didn't always make it. I know Joy didn't always make it, but we tried to. We really wanted to be there. And thank you, because I think you and then the group coming together, I've learned a lot from everybody in the group. There are a lot of industry experts in that group that we got free advice for this, and staff went out and did a lot of work with other natives, with other groups, and we heard about that tonight. So I appreciate staff. I appreciate Native Plants for Encinitas, the Botanical Garden, and Don in particular. So thank you. I will yield to Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I tell people governing is hard because you have to. You got to draw straight lines in a curved world. And it's yes or no's, and I think this is as close as possible to nailing it. I told the staff that yesterday. This ordinance puts something in place for the design review. It does make a mark in time for not just us but the state, for the city, the county, the state, and it puts forth what I think most Encinitians hold important. So it's 2 in 1. It's an ordinance like Josh or Chief Gordon so elegantly said, and Mayor read. On top of that, it's a program that we have got a partner now that individual homes can now get on and click through and find plants and design and put stuff on their own property that is more in like with the native way that this area is meant to be. And it's ultimately going to be a cost savings because the native plants don't require a bunch of extra of anything. And they seamlessly kind of fit right in because this is where they're meant to be. So the staff is, and again, the group here, just everybody that's been involved in this, I think this is the long ball. And it's putting our best foot forward. I think this is some of the best staff work we've seen yet. So thank you so much, and I really appreciate it. Move to approve.
Okay, with that, Councilmember Lyons.
Wow, I think we're really doing something good here. There's some positive energy in this room, so I'm happy for that. I want to make a few overarching comments and then ask staff a couple questions. First of all, my comments are, I've seen this process through for the last 5+ years, and I feel like we've had some really honest dialogue and some honest feedback. I've been happy about the demeanor of that, and also about how well staff has listened, and also our other committees and commissions and how they've contributed really good advice, and we've iterated and moved this forward. We are a community of ecological supporters, and this is us. I've always rested in the belief that we support environmental quality because we believe it also does support our own human quality of life and our quality of life in our community. And this is our context. Our ecology is our context. And the more we continue to be in touch with it and develop our ordinances and our regulations around it, the better we will become. One of my frustrations when I first got on city council is people would say, well, we have this big idea in our general plan, and we said we really care about the environment. Why are these other things happening? And where the missing piece often is we don't have the regulation. And so when a developer comes to our town and they're going to build something, they follow our regulations. And if we don't have a regulation for something, then it's not going to get done. And we can wave our hands and say we are these people and we support these things all we want, but it's in the regulations where we really are able to get what we're asking for. So I think I agree with my colleagues that this is the right approach, and I will probably rest there in my comments and then jump to some questions for staff. Or comments, maybe. Maybe this is one more comment. I'll start with the comment about under the conflicting provisions, number 2, that's B number 2, conflicting provisions. And I appreciate the comments from Don and others. I have read the detail of this, and it does say proposed trees located in the public right-of-way or on the public or on any public property shall be planted in accordance with any city-approved street tree list and shall prioritize Southern California natives unless otherwise determined by the city arborist or other appointed designees by the city. I'm actually going to be fine. I'm comfortable with that for now, and the reason I say that is we do have conflicting objectives. We do have conflicting provisions that happen, and a lot of them are around our streets, having to do with what's going to maintain well in the future along that street, what's going to continue to provide the right clearance so people can see around it. So I am sensitive to the right selection of plant, focusing on the natives, but if there are places where the natives aren't appropriate for other overriding reasons, I feel this one statement is okay as is for now. And I say for now because this is a good way forward. I suspect we will learn some things as we move through this and perhaps over time make some adjustments. I do want to just ask staff about the native plant tool, and this may be something that you can help shed some light on, that we're directing the professionals who are adhering to this ordinance to the native plant list, and they're using a native plant tool. Could you give a little more? I'm kind of going to the hyper-local question. Is there a way to define the boundary of native plants and pull from that list?
Sure. So the definition of Southern California native plant encompasses all of those 12 ecoregions. But if someone wanted to hyper-focus specifically on Encinitas, then they can pick certain ecoregions that, say, qualify as that hyper-focused ecoregion.
And then as I try to imagine that tool, you click on it, and it will give you a list of the natives in that ecoregion that you're clicking on.
Correct.
Okay, that's how I understood it. So I appreciate that. I do think that the idea of substitutions is a challenge. I respect that comment. A lot of times, having been in the industry, that when you have a landscape plan that's approved by the city, you go forward, you get a bid on it. The contractor tries to find the plants, and a lot of times the contractor will get back to the designer and say, I couldn't find this plant. And so the designer, if given the chance, will help the contractor try to find that plant and direct them to a nursery that carries that plant. And I've found that often it's just that, and then it's solved. But other times, maybe no one is engaged in that decision. And so a plant might get substituted and planted that's not approved by the city. When that might happen, we have an inspection in our requirement so that the landscape architect, when they go after the plants are installed, they will inspect to make sure all the plants are the ones, or that they approve the substitution.
Correct. And the substitution would have to qualify as a Southern California native plant. So it would need to meet that definition if you're doing a substitution for the required 50%.
Okay. I think that'll catch it. So I'm happy to know that. I do have a couple comments. First, though, I'd like to second the motion. I would like to ask my colleague, though, if he would accept a few edits. One is I found that in the definitions, we talk about biodiversity and we talk about diversity, and our speakers have spoken about how important that is, and I agree that's really important to a healthy habitat, a healthy native plant habitat. But we only say we're looking for biodiversity and diversity. I would like for us to add a definition of biodiversity and diversity to our definitions list so we can be more clear on what that means. For example, to provide for good bird habitat. Oh, you already have it?
We drafted a little something, hopefully that we can discuss today.
Okay, good. Well, thank you for pulling that up. I know we talked about this in my briefing. A good quality habitat does include a diversity of plant materials that are seasonally bloom at different times: understory, overstory, places for birds to nest, places for birds to forage, and so forth. So a monoculture of one or just two plants won't really achieve the goals we're looking for. And so this is the proposed language. So what you're suggesting is a minimum of 4 distinct species in at least 2 plant forms. Okay, all right. Thank you for that suggested wording. I did have another comment on page 14. We talk about landscape area. We talk about, if you could maybe go to that. We talk about where you can plant native plants and where they won't count. If you plant them, they won't count. We talk about patios and decks, but raised planters and green roofs are included. So there's a little confusion there. In the industry, the term planting on podium is used a lot, and that's for planting over, say, parking lots. So it's almost like a green roof, but it's not a green roof. Did you propose some language on that, from my briefing on that as well?
It was just to add the term podium into the landscaped area definition.
As to be an area where the planting on the podium is not considered to conform with the native plant ordinance.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Those are two, yes, certainly.
Just on that, so if you want to go down the road and not get there, I apologize for jumping. Won't that change that'll change the effect of the square footage? And so are you suggesting that they need to offset an additional, if it's 100 feet, additional 50 feet somewhere else on the property on top of what they do? Because that'll add 100 square feet of landscaping space?
I don't think it has to do with the 50 feet. Are you thinking about the 50 feet adjacent to sensitive habitat?
50% is what this.
You said 50
prescribes.
feet.
No, so I was using a number, if the podium was 100 square feet, it would be 50 square feet. Sorry for the confusion. I know those numbers have been thrown around, but that's a different subject. Where would you offset that 50 feet that you've added of necessary? Would that be added to the original 50%, or are you looking to exclude that podium completely from the plan? That would be my question.
So the podium would be included in the total landscape area is how I understand it, but maybe you should explain that, Sarah?
We understood that your comment was you wanted to exclude the podium landscaping parking for the eligible 50% because it's more like patio decks. It's more like a planter box where the intent, the request was that it would be excluded. So they would have to make up whatever planting is on the podium, other places to comply with the 50%.
Thank you for that. That's a good clarification. Thank you for that question. Yeah.
It would not.
All right. No problem.
Oh, okay.
So I just have those two comments, and I'll yield.
And did the motion maker accept those two comments?
I'll accept them.
Okay, great. And so Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Okay, so I think this is a really good step in the right direction on something that I think the whole city can agree on is a really good thing. I think this is wrought with a lot of holes, if I'm just being honest. And so I do intend to support it. I did do some work on this. Like I went on the ecoregions on the Calscape site, and it does include Desert Mountains, Mojave Desert, Peninsula Ranges, San Bernardino Mountains, San Jacinto Mountains, a lot of areas that are very diverse. And so I went in and I looked if I could plant an aspen grove and a Joshua tree on my lot. And you probably aren't going to have those two trees at your house together, and they're probably not going to occur together in nature. So it's a little wonky when you start to do that, and it almost starts to seem a little unclear as to what that is. I mean, Sierra Redwoods were on there. Sierra Redwoods I don't think are native to Southern California. When we think Sierra Redwoods, we're thinking of Northern California. So I think there's a lot of, you start to look through this list, and there's a lot more discretion than maybe there should be for what our goal is. What I hear people are really excited about, hyperactive, hyperlocal, or getting as close as we can, which is within reason, to everybody's point up here. That makes this definition pretty obscure, pretty wide open, and maybe more so the intent of than what we're trying to do. I was a little concerned with the providing discretion for the arborist. I do think that takes all the teeth out of this for the most part. Arborists can be pushed to do whatever the goal is, and we're relying a lot on their goodwill in a lot of ways, and likely that they will or won't follow a developer's guidance to give them the discretion to say that that local plant doesn't need to be there. I've got this cheaper one I want to put up there. So I'm a little concerned that this is not going to have any teeth. I'm also concerned that if somebody sells their house to me, and I'm in a subdivision, because this applies to subdivision according to the writing in here, and it's been approved with a 50% native plant ordinance, and I sell it and decide my private property, I don't want to have agaves, I want to have orange trees. I can't do it. I'm not sure that that's not an overstep, just like the state mandate is on housing. I would like to see us move more towards hyperlocal and native plants. I think that idea that I heard about CMPS, I'd love to see that explored more. That's something Santa Barbara down SoCal coastal region seems more appropriate to where we live. And lastly, you know, without diving too much farther into this and poking more holes in it, I find the risk we're going to put to businesses in here to be a real risk, and that they'll just ignore it, and they'll say the easiest way to not have to deal with the native plant ordinance is to just put in rocks or just pave the whole darn thing because it costs less and I don't have to maintain it. So I don't know what we're going to, I think we risk with this ordinance that because it doesn't have teeth, because there's no way to go back on it, because it doesn't have a follow through, I could buy a tree and say, oh, they all died. Prove me wrong. So there's a lot of holes in this, and I know it's been working really hard. I know the idea is great. I support it. I'm going to vote for it. I think this is a great first step. I also, lastly, I'm worried it's going to increase the cost of living. And we're talking about over and over again, the state giving us this mandate about affordable housing, affordable housing, affordable housing. But every time we add an ordinance to it, the price goes up. Doesn't matter what that ordinance is. It makes the cost of living go up. And that is mirrored over and over again up to this podium, how incredibly expensive it is to live here. So I worry that we're going to do that. To that degree, I'd love to see us look into more of a subsidy than of some sort, if we could figure that out to bring the price more even to local trees that we can get. That said, I think this is the first. I don't want to say the first crack at it. I think this is the first time we've got it to this point. I think it's come a long way. And I think there's been a lot of really good work by both the community and the staff to get it to this point. The only thing I'd like to add to this motion is I'd like to see us bring this back 12 to 18 months from when it goes into effect for review of what works and what doesn't work. Because I think we're going to find that it needs a lot of help in tweaking. There's areas we can be very effective, in areas where we've been ineffective. Just based on what I'm reading here and what this says, but we all want this. I think we got to take a step somewhere. Mm-hmm. And this is the right way to go. So we'll go there, but I do think it's important we go into this eyes wide open that this is not perfect and this needs a lot of work, but this is the first step. So I'm going to support it. With that said, I'll yield the floor.
The bringing it back in 12 months, is that a part of the motion, or is that just direct to staff? A direction? Does it have to be a part of the actual motion?
Well, you made the motion.
I know. Does it have to be a part of the motion to bring it back?
Doesn't
or can
have
it just
to.
Be a direction to staff?
It's your motion. You can decide if you
I
want.
get it, but can it just be a direction to staff?
It can be both.
Yeah, let's do the
Either.
direction to staff.
So, can I keep going with the discussion and have Councilmember?
Well, yeah,
Senator-
if it does, I want to make sure it gets on record that it's coming back.
So you'd prefer it in the motion?
I would, yeah.
That's to the motion maker.
Sure, add it.
And the seconder?
I would like to clarify that. I think what it may be intended is that a report on what's happening with it come back. And I think that would be a clarification that staff would, I'd be happy to hear what's happened on it in that amount of time.
I think report and review. Getting a report that we filed doesn't allow us to take action if this thing is tanking or if we're not getting the input we want. I think review is utmost important. We really want this to work. I mean, we want this to work and be effective and be user-friendly in the end, because that's the best way we're going to get it to work, is if it's user-friendly. So we need to review it. We can't just file
We're going to
a report.
review it. It's not going to not get reviewed. It's going to get reviewed. So I think that's it's not going to get reviewed. It's going to take longer than a year to get this off the ground anyway. And like you said, it's a step in the right direction. We're going to correct it down the road. It's getting us out the gates, over the line. That's it. And then we'll fix it on the fly, just like anything. Plan early, plan often. We're going to keep planning and keep often and keep at this. But to kick this over, and not really just us, again, county, state, other people doing the same thing, getting more people, more minds pointing in the right direction. This, you just can't. Yeah. We're going to do it. We're going to continue to update it, and we haven't done that with anything.
So I've got it on the motion, and I didn't see, did the seconder, it was Joy, yeah. Are you okay with that?
If
report and review?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so we'll add that.
Report and review.
I said report and review, effectiveness in 12 to 15 months. After adoption?
After adoption.
Okay.
Pardon me, Mayor. Scott Drupkin, Development Services. One of the other items that staff wanted direction from was the incentive program. So if you could consider that as well.
Well, and I think we'll do that in a separate motion. Let's work through the ordinance first, and we'll do that. And just for clarification, this does not go to Coastal Commission, so it's not in a 3-year, what's the word I'm looking for? A polite word that means purgatory?
Yeah, it's out of our LCP.
So it's not, yeah, so it would go 30 days after the second hearing, right?
Correct.
Okay, cool. So with that, I don't know that Marco San Antonio had spoken, so Councilmember San Antonio.
Well, so many passionate people here about plants. I wish I could wax poetic like you guys do about this stuff, but my dad definitely, I'm scarred for life on gardening. Still haven't touched it, but I see the passion that you guys bring. When I talked to the NPO twins over here in our briefing, they said that we had, the amount of public outreach they did, the amount of people that came to speak, the amount of passion that they brought, and they were so excited about what they brought. Sarah said in particular, the public brought it on this one, which for me, that means that this has a lot of backing. This means that a lot of people in Encinitas are excited about it. Not just the people that are here. I'm sure there's people that couldn't show up that are here or that are in support. Of course, I'm a little worried about government overreach, but then I'm happy to hear what Josh or what Chief Gordon said about the reasons, and thank you, Jordan, as well. But I do have to say that I'm very, very happy to support this. I know that the staff has worked really hard. I know that Eulides worked hard as getting all this information, putting it all together. I know this has been a program 5 years in the making. We finally got it to this point where we can actually vote on it and see what's come to fruition. Clicking through that website, that's pretty amazing what this this company did. To be able to click through it, look through those. I understand there's always going to be some holes. This is our first part of this, so there's always going to be something that can be fixed and tweaked and to make it a tightly run ship. But I am excited for it, and I am proud of what you guys have done, or what you ladies have done with this program, and everybody else involved as well. I'm excited to hear that other cities are looking at it as well, and looking at you guys as the leaders on this. So again, kudos to you guys to doing that. But I'm in support of it, and thank you for coming to speak, and thank you for the passion you guys bring to it. They said it themselves in my briefing, so I can feel it. So thank you.
Okay, and I'll hop in here. I wanted to address some of the public comments. Don Rideout mentioned about the city arborist exception. I think streets and curbs and some of the really constrained route areas, that's called for, and that's the why. And I think for the starting, there's certain practicality. We have to be lean a little pragmatically into this for this first step. And Thomas, I would say the same thing about the 50 to 100 feet. First, I want to figure out how the edge issues of being near the environmentally sensitive areas, the ESAs, how pervasive that is. So I say start at the 50, and we'll go for a while that way. But that's something we can talk about in 12 to 15 months. Let's see. I actually am a little concerned, and I'd like to throw this back out. The subdivision maintaining the restriction on a single family, and if there was any place that I would back off for this first one, that would be it. As much as I'd like to go for it all, the one thing I have been, when I talk to people, I make sure they understand on their single family house, it is not going to encumber their ability. It may get them started there, and if you remember, what I said earlier was, we're not changing how we really do business. We're just codifying it properly, putting it in the proper framework. This would actually be a change in practice. At no time did we, over the past 10 years or more, have a native plant requirement laid on a subdivision on a single-family house. So for this first round, I would actually back that out. And I'm not sure. I'd love to hear what everybody else thinks on that. See if I had any others. I think that was it. I like the changes, and I'll be supporting it, obviously. But I would, and then after we get done with this, we'll talk about incentive. So I'd say we work on the ordinance and then move on. So with that, I will yield to Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll comment on that kind of in general. What I'm trying, my entire comment here is, I like it where it is. It's aggressive to some level. It's a little bit slow, but it's also aggressive. I think if you zoom out, how fast the world has shrunk, how quick technology has gotten to where it is, how fast we have gone from, in 1933, there was 2.3 billion people in this world. There's now 8 billion people. We are changing this globe at a rapid rate. And I don't think that we can move fast enough on this type of stuff. And I think that what we're doing here, the new subdivision on a single family home, they're gonna move into a house that's been probably very beautifully, like I think Brad brought up, a demonstration garden done well. Well, who has the best chance to do it is a subdivision. They have the best chance to do it because they have the best prices, the best rates. They're gonna find a way to do it, and they're gonna do it pretty. And now somebody else driving by it that goes like, I'm gonna tear down that, I'm gonna buy that and tear it down, and I'm gonna do the same thing. Mm-hmm. And it's efficient on my water, it's efficient on all these things. It just makes sense. And that's, again, we can govern all we want, but until people wake up and practically do it, it doesn't make sense. And so we're putting it in the places where we can to kind of show the practicality of this as it plays out. And only after they see it practically played out does it actually take flight and go, hey, I can do the same thing for a better price, and it looks good. Oh, no, by the way, I can probably eat some of that stuff, or it might be medicine for my skin after I get sunburn, or whatever the case is. But there's other things you can do with these things, and that kind of education is, I think, I don't think this is enough. I hope the globe takes this on, because that's where we are right now. But I think it's great right where it is, and I think it's a good first step.
Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd just like to respond to, I think we've hit the right tone with the language that we have, and I feel like we're going far enough, but not too far. And I think that's played out by the public comment we've had throughout the whole process. So I'm comfortable with the language staying as it is. Excuse me. And I'm comfortable with us sticking to the requirements that we currently have. So I'm aligned with Councilmember Schaefer on that.
Okay. With that, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
A couple of quick things. I was told the 100-foot, just to the mayor's point earlier, just to clarify, I actually was told the 100-foot could be waived by developers in some of the, under some of the state mandates and issues, right? That would be one of the issues and reasons to not go beyond the 50-foot.
Could you repeat your question?
So when we go beyond the 50-foot that we were referencing earlier, the 50-foot space to 100 feet, what happens at that point is you risk the falling into the opportunity to being waived by developers at that point.
Are you talking about being waived through density bonus?
For any of these, by any type of large development, bonus density development would be able to waive it, or a ministerial project, SB 330, SB 335.
Could be waived, just like any other standard.
Correct.
This is a standard.
So putting at 50 feet lowers the risk of them asking for the waiver. At 100 feet, they're more likely to ask for the waiver than they are at 50 feet. Because 50 feet, they have to clear 25 feet for brush, and they're going to nod in the back.
I think there might be some confusion with regards to the distance requirements versus the 50% requirement.
No. This is the distance requirement. I'm getting a nod in the back that I'm right. That this is a 50 feet. Once you go 100 feet,
that, then.
you start to have impeding zones, and you can get it waived. And the developers, if they can, they will, right? So
yeah.
This gives them less wiggle room. I just want to make that clear.
Yeah.
Just because I know there was a talk about the 50 to 100 feet, and I think that's a big part of it. It's not just what the mayor said. It's this again, to be effective, we don't want to tie something up so the developer can say, let's just waive it, because they will. I'm with the mayor on the subdivision piece. I think maybe some wording that changes the space or the amount of space. I don't think that, I think kind of overreaches.
Okay, you yield at that point?
Yes, I yield.
Okay, and having been on planning commission for so long, the 50 feet versus the 100 feet just means any landscaping that they plan to put in there would have to be within the 50 feet, or if we make it 100 feet, it would have to all be native. It doesn't change the amount of landscaping, and it could be all buildings in there. And the waivers, it could be in a package of waivers, but the waivers are typically only are granted for if they prevent the density bonus unit from meeting their density, which is hardscape building type stuff. And so it's just, I don't think it's going to trigger what you're saying, but let's start on the shorter is just where I was coming from. So I think we're agreeing for different reasons, and I wanted to clarify that I don't think waivers come into play. On the subdivision, if we're bringing this back in 12 to 15 months, I'm okay with seeing how it goes. I would listen very, very closely to the Planning Commission and how they're dealing with it and how it works for them on whatever subdivisions. And most of our subdivisions anymore, well, although we've got a 51 unit one that just went through, but they're on the smaller side. They're not on the 200, 300 unit subdivision. So. And when I talk about subdivision, I'm talking about a subdivision of single-family residence, not condos or that type of subdivision. So with that, Councilmember Lyons.
Well, I was going to add some clarification there, but I think you covered it quite well. I think I'm the last one in the queue, so maybe I'll call the question.
That would be, you were the last speaker, so we can call this question, then we can go after the second question.
So what I have down, yes, absolutely. On the motion of Councilmember Schaefer, seconded by Councilmember Lyons, it's to introduce the ordinance. And then both motion maker and the seconder accepted the modifications as proposed by Councilmember Lyons, and it was contained on slide 16 that staff presented. And then also accepted Deputy Mayor O'Hara's proposal to bring the item back to council within 12 to 15 months to review the effectiveness of the ordinance.
So just to be clear, you added the biodiversity paragraph as was displayed, and we add the podium planting cannot be included in the native plan, and then the bring it back in 12 to 15. Okay. Yep. With that, we will vote.
That motion carries unanimously.
Excellent. Congratulations. Okay, it is 8:18. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, we need to go on. We got one more question. So no, we're not done yet. So direction on, are you back up, Councilmember Lyons, or did I forget to?
Can I be back up?
Okay, well, you're there, so.
All right. I do have a proposal on the incentives. I'm really glad that staff put some good ideas forward. First, I want to note that we have another item, not that we're hearing today, but it's a demonstration garden in Leucadia Oaks Park that is well on its way and has come before us in the past. As a part of that contract, we have a consultant who's preparing some educational materials and also some materials for us to put on our website that will be available digitally that will help educate folks. So I just wanted to, and I got confirmation from staff, please let me know if I'm saying this incorrectly, but that under that contract, we already have a consultant on board to create some educational materials, educational signage for that park, but also materials on our website. And on the website, we can link people to the other incentive programs that are listed. Many of them are listed on pages 24 and 25 of our packet. So we will get that anyway. So I wanted to be clear. Otherwise, what I would like to suggest is kind of a middle ground approach to incentives. I am sensitive to the cost of incentives to our city, and I think we want to vet those clearly. I do understand that staff has said they will conduct additional analysis for consideration anyway and bring it back to us. The best incentives that I think we could offer are on page 23, and they're represented, if you wouldn't mind if you could bring that up. but they're represented on page 23 as the third and fourth. I don't know that they're numbered, but they are the third and fourth incentives listed in the incentives attachment. Yeah, there you go. So the first is native plant signs, yard signs, purchase, a given amount, 100 or so, and I know that this will be vetted, that are available to residents to help to communicate in their neighborhood that their plants are native plants, and that's a good way to get the information out without costing the city a lot of money. So that one, and also city workshops, which is number 4. What I'd like to suggest there is there's mention of other nonprofits who could be partners in workshops, and what I would like our city to do is identify who those nonprofits are and how the city could participate in workshops. That doesn't mean we have to hold them ourselves, but be partners with other nonprofits to get the word out and to communicate to the city. Also mentioned tonight is to add plant giveaways to our Arbor Day. That can be a very modest opportunity to educate people and give a few plants away. Sometimes in the past, some of those plants have even been donated. So those 3 items are ones that I think have some real merit, and I anticipate they won't cost us a lot of money, and I'd like to see staff come back with a proposal for us to consider on those 3 items.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Yeah, I think the incentive program is a requirement. I think it's a must-do. I also would add in making sure that incorporating with the schools. Every single one of our school has a garden, or they're teaching these principles. So I think that's a third of our community is our students. So it's a huge spot to start. Obviously, the parents can learn, and the kids get a chance to show what they have learned. But I 100% agree with this, the incentive program.
Okay, Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
So I politely say, I don't think any of these are incentives. Who are we talking about in this? I'm talking about large numbers. We're talking about our developments. We're talking about our subdivisions. We're talking about people who buy a large number of plants. I get it, but with everybody, money talks. And none of this affects the cost, which is my understanding is the cost of a native plant is more than the cost of a regular plant, which is what it boils down to for landscaping for 99% of the people out there. We all really want to support native plants, but it adds up really quickly, and that's what stops landscapers from using them. That's what stops developers from using them. And so the only way you're going to get this to fly in the big side of things is if you subsidize it in some way. And unfortunately, we already spent money on a consultant for this. So I think I'll roll with this. I think for the community aspect of incentives, this is a great idea. I think they'll get behind it. But I think if you really want to have some bang for your buck, it's not about incentivizing, it's about subsidizing these guys that you're going to force to do this.
Okay, Councilmember San Antonio.
Well, I see signs on here. I really love signs, so. But.
You might have a conflict of interest.
Yeah, really, yeah.
But the city workshop for me, I feel like, I think education for me would be number 1 on this. I understand that is it an incentive program? I don't know if it's an incentive program, but in order for this program to succeed, I think in order for this program to grow, people need to know what you guys know, what this group, what your group knows. People need to know, and I think the city as well as you have that knowledge to share. So for me, I think that for me makes the most sense. That makes perfect sense. That to what Deputy Mayor Harris said is that these plants are expensive. And that is cost prohibitive to people, or even for the city to be giving those away. Although you start with one, and it starts growing, you start like it. Oh, maybe I can do this with this other one. It's great to have something in your yard that's free, and you got it, and you get to plant it, and you get to see it grow. But for me, I think the education again is the more you know, the more you realize what you can do with the savings of water, the savings, how beautiful one part of your yard can look with the least amount of water or less water. Again, it starts to look like the native land that you see when you go on a trail, you start walking around, oh wow, I saw that outside. That will look great in my yard. I just think that the education portion of this is key for this program to succeed. And that's for me, that's, even though it's not necessarily an incentive, monetary incentive, I think that's one way we can get this program to really off the ground and succeed. So I'll rest there.
Okay, and I'll hop in here. I like the fact that some of these are costed. I like to see them all costed. I think this fundamentally will come down to a budgeting issue and how much we want to budget, given the needs versus the wants we have, need to have versus want to have. I think there won't be a whole lot of money. So, but these are pretty modest. I'd like to see. I think my preference on, like, instead of giveaways, because whenever things are totally free given away, they tend to get wasted. And so I like the coupon approach for a couple of reasons. One, it drives people to the local plant nurseries, and that's what part of this program is, to try and incentivize and grow the industry in parallel with, or the supply chain in parallel with the demand. And so using coupons that don't make them free, but make them reasonably lower cost, and we can kind of dial the coupon up or down depending on the budget. So that's one thing, and they could be given away at events just like we're talking. So I'd like to see a set of incentives like was done in the staff report, and I think that's a good start. I'd like to see an educational proposal, modestly priced. I like the idea of partnering with the other events or groups so that we're not necessarily doing all the lifting on it, and bring that to budget. And we can decide as a group what we want to allocate towards the incentive and education of native plants, and that would be more of a budgetary question when we're doing our comparative shopping amongst all the needs and wants that we have. We can decide it there. So that would be my proposal on this, my direction. I think you're on the right path with the ones you've provided, and maybe something modest in education, and my vote would be a coupon program. So with that, I will recognize Councilmember Lyons.
I would like to support your narrative you just stated. Would you prefer to make that as a motion, or I can? I
take a shot at it. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I'd like to move that we direct staff to bring forward a further analysis of the incentives. We're calling them incentives, but some of them are educational programs that are listed in the item with some costs. And so we know more specifically what we're looking at. I think it would be informative to us and to the public to look at the range of types of incentives. Some of these are free, and it's just a matter for us to connect and partner with the entities. So I'd like for us to be clearer on that. I do, though, I am interested in keeping our expenditure on incentives modest, but when this comes back to us, I'll evaluate the information and decide at that time. But I will move to ask staff to bring this back.
And I'll second that, just with clarification that these are budgetary ideas. They don't have to be all detailed. These are budgetary, and we just, we'll talk about the concepts and keep it at that. I don't want to turn budget into deciding what we're doing on native plants. I just want to decide how much money do we put in. So if you agree with that, I'll second. Joy? Yeah, okay. Thank you. And then Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
So I'm good with that. I'm wondering if there's a discussion here of how do we get to the point where we're actually incentivizing people and not just educating people? And maybe there's a space here to be more creative in our thinking and to get a more impactful way to do this. Right now, one of the problems with this is it's almost regressive when it's 20% more to buy a 20 to 40% more to buy a native plant. It's almost a regressive tax. But how about we go the other direction with this? We look at it and we try to figure out some way to, and I'm spitballing here, but I think this is important if we want this to work. And this is what all this discussion about, and all the holes I keep pointing in it is about, because I want this to work. what if we start to identify some means of identifying through a certification or through a constant a set of rules for them to stick to, local nurseries that provide native species plants approved of on our list, the cow list, whatever it's going by. And in exchange, the city figures out a way to offset their cost of having those so that they can offer them the same price as local plants. Maybe it's some sort of a tax break, or maybe it's some sort of a change of the rules. But it's essentially a certification that says we are a native plants, NCS native plants grower, seller, nursery / whatever. As such, the city trades off certain things because we want this ordinance to succeed. We figure out what those numbers are, and we put it down the road. And that way, the person who walks into the nursery doesn't have to have a coupon. Doesn't have to think that the nursery can say, "Hey, we have a lot of plants here. We really feature these native plants, and we think you should buy them. It's not going to cost you anymore." What a great idea, right? So I think we need to think beyond the box, beyond what we've got here in front of us. I think that what we have in front of us is a fantastic educational piece, and I think this will work for people that want to do this. But if we want to introduce people who aren't used to it or aren't aware of it, or we have people who lived here a year and a half, they don't know what a native plant is from a dandelion, right? It's okay, it's not a bad thing, but they don't. How do we teach them that? And we do it by when they go to buy their plants to do their yard, they look in and they say, "Hey, what do I buy?" And the nursery says, "You know what, you want native plants, and it's not going to cost you anymore." Right now, I moved here a year and a half ago. I don't know a thing about native plants. I walk in and I say, "How much is native plants?" And they're like, $7. Well, how much is that plant? It's $5. I'm buying the $5 plant. How do we rectify that? And that's why I think we need to start looking at that solution, because I think ultimately that whether this fails or not or makes it is going to be whether we can get people to buy in, literally. So how do we do that? That's something I think we should all think about and look at. And I think that's what's ultimately, as we sit here and we talk about these incentives, I kept looking at this and going, why doesn't this work? Why doesn't this work? I think I come to that idea, like we need to figure out how to make it accessible for everybody, not just the people who want to spend more or can spend more, but for everybody.
I'll just wrap up. I wasn't going to add on, but since it's come up several times, it's my experience that in dealing with landscape contractors who buy plants, I'm not a nurseryman, but just in dealing with landscape contractors who buy plants, that native plants aren't differently priced than non-natives. We've got some, I think that's going to, in that, from a nurseryman's perspective, again, I'm not a nurseryman, but they're growing a plant. There's the same resources that go into growing it doesn't matter the species so much as that they're putting the same level of effort into growing that plant, and they will sell it at the same, it's usually by the size of the container, so they'll sell it by the size of the container, not by the species. Thank you.
And then I'll hop in. To Deputy Mayor O'Hara's comment, I would entertain a budgetary guess at what it would take, and because I think any program like that's the devil's gonna be in the details. How do you prevent somebody who is buying for planting in Carlsbad from using the Encinitas incentive program? And so the numbers could vary widely, but if you ended up with, I don't know, 5,000 plants a month or maybe a year, and you're doing a subsidy to offset any perceived difference, $5 a unit. If we had some, and this, I've done this before, where you just kind of, thumbnail it, and we could do it at the budget workshop ourselves and kind of decide, what do we think this is going to cost? We can work on it between now and then, but that we could then decide, do we want to put money in a bucket for an incentive program that would truly move the needle? I suspect it would be hundreds of thousands of dollars over a year. That's my only concern. So that's why I'm starting smaller, modest, the $10,000, 20, 30, I don't know what the number is, but it depends on how much bang for the buck we get. So, the city manager had a good point. I don't know if you want to hop in. Yeah.
I think it was Julie, which was one of the speakers. She talked about her trees and the acorns. So what about a community plant swap? I mean, I think some people have larger gardens and can grow, and maybe we can do like a community plant swap. That might be kind of cool. Yeah, I see. So I was just thinking that when Deputy Mayor O'Hara was talking, and this way it would be kind of cool, and you could help out your neighbor, and it could be educational because they could tell you where to plant it and how it worked in their yard.
And all I can say is if you are interested in native plants, find Don, get on the NP4E. I think almost every meeting is a little bit of a plant swap. I have picked up free plants. I have given away oaks that I've taken from native seeds and grown. So I've picked up natives there. So with that, I think we have a motion and a second, and we'll read it back.
Motion by Councilmember Lyons, seconded by Mayor Ehlers to direct staff to conduct an analysis on the incentives loosely based on a budgetary ideas framework.
Yep.
And to return to council with those results.
Yeah, by the budget hearings.
By the budget hearings.
Yeah. Agreed? Okay. With that, call the question.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10B.
And we'll take a 15-minute break. Really? 10-minute break? I'll do a 10-minute break, but that means back here, the clock, the timer will say 10. It's that easy.
Your yoga, right? It got passed on consent.
Jim. There we go. We will come back to order here. Now we're on to item 10B, which is a memorandum of understanding between the City of Encinitas and Encinitas Environment Day for a community special event at the Encinitas Community Park. And the contact person is Senior Management Analyst Gilliam. And I'll turn it over to staff.
Thank you. There we go. And I appreciate that we have Julia, I did it again. Julie and team with Paul and Eric here to support this presentation. So thank you. Recommended action tonight: approve and authorize the MOU between the City of Encinitas and the Encinitas Environment Day for the EcoFest event to be held at Encinitas Community Park on Sunday, June 28th. From 12 p.m. to 4 p.m. I know I just copied you, Mary Ayler, but I had it written down. The recommended action aligns with the City Council's strategic goals, including leadership and stewardship of our environment, shoreline, and open space. At the March 4th, 2025, that's not the right date. At the March 2025 City Council meeting, staff received directions from City Council provide greater level of detail regarding the city's financial contributions in support of the event. 2, review the feasibility of combining environmental events. 3, research ways to increase marketing for this event. And 4, continue to support environmental awareness and the city's climate action plan. Staff have included in the staff report, some of this shown in the following slides, a table that includes itemized breakdown of financial and in-kind support. Staff have combined the Sustainability Solutions Fair with EcoFest to provide the community with a bigger impact. By pursuing this partnership, the city will save $12,120 through our partnership with I Love a Clean San Diego. I Love a Clean San Diego will share their vendor list with EcoFest to bring more vendors into this year and to help this event grow. Encinitas Environment Day is a nonprofit whose stated mission is to inspire purposeful action promoting sustainability, environment, economic, and social justice in Encinitas and San Diego North County. EED provides fundamental tools and resources across all generations through education and creative engagement. They raise funds for their annual event with a budget of roughly $20,000. A copy of their operating budget is included in this report and was revised since the last meeting. We appreciate. The board is all volunteers. All funds raised are used in support of the event. They have held this event since 2005. The event is free to the public. The Encinitas Environment Day team updated their event website to clarify the event and mailing address. As an event sponsor, the city's financial support totals $4,082. A breakdown of those fees are shown here. In 2025, this event was sponsored by the Encinitas Chamber of Commerce, San Diego Community Power, and EDCO, to name just a few. I Love a Clean San Diego is committed to supporting the event, as we'd said earlier, and the city will have 3 vendor booths as part of the MOU. The revised budget is shown here. Their projected revenue is $20,200 and expenses is $19,546 for a projected balance of $654. In 2025, their actual revenue was $18,473 and expenses were $16,823 for a balance of $1,549, rounded. The Encinitas Environmental Day Marketing Plan is attached to the City Council report. They have shared they have started with partner contacts, but are seeking your approval before a full marketing launch this week. The event was at Community Park last year, and attendance was down from previous recorded years, with 503 in attendance last year noted. The year before, attendance was 885 when the event was held at Fox Point Farms, and 1,000 people at Cottonwood Creek in 2022. The proposed EcoFest 2026 will be a free event that is expected to have approximately 80 environmental related vendors, live music, children's contest, and activities. local artisan market and entertainment. The event plans to provide community information on cycling and alternative transportation, zero waste education, and alternative transportation, to name just a few. And that ends my presentation. We would gladly answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions of clarification? We've got 2. Okay. We'll do public speakers.
First speaker is Kasha Epstein, followed by Molly Hantlian.
Hi, good evening, council members. Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Kasha Epstein, District 4. I am a resident of Encinitas, and I have been involved as a volunteer with EcoFest since 2015, when EcoFest was held at Leechstack location and had 2,000 participants, 150 booths, and it was the biggest event that we have attended, 2015, 2016. And I love the event so much that 12 years later, I'm still part of the nonprofit. EcoFest Encinitas has a deeply rooted tradition in Encinitas since 2005, when it was created. In fact, it was created by 2 employees of Encinitas Park and Rec department in support of environmental programs and eventually to become a platform for the city for climate action plan. I just want to also address the confusion with name. Our nonprofit is called Encinitas Environment Day, and the festival is called EcoFest. And the reason for it is that environment is usually associated with very serious issues, and we wanted to model a festival like Balboa Park Earth Day, which counterbalances all the doom and gloom of the climate change and feature local businesses that adopt sustainable practices, inviting organizations that offer environmental solutions and innovation and stay on a positive side and teach the public how they a regular person can make change in their practice to help with the environment. So EcoFest has never been just another another fair or a music festival. It always had the goals for improving environmental goals. And since I have been involved with the EcoFest, Encinitas, City of Encinitas has always been our biggest supporter and our biggest sponsor. Whether we had our festival at Cottonwood Creek Park or Encinitas Community Park and had the MOU, or when when event was at the Leechstack or Forks Point Farms, City always had booths, always had speakers. This council have always been on our stage as speakers and presenters. So we have a tradition with the city support. And we always had an ambition to be a platform for the city to progress their
Thank
climate
you.
action.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. Molly Hantlian, District 2. I want to thank the Council for your direction to staff for this event and collaboration with the nonprofit to improve the MOU. This version is much improved, and it is better to track results. So I still have a concern that's worthwhile mentioning. As a marketer who has produced large-scale events and trade shows, the event date is an important part to its success. My concern is the date that they've selected is June 28th, the Sunday before the 4th of July. Just sharing. And I would like to see going forward future planning that Parks and Rec and our Sustainability Solutions team collaborate for fiscal year 2027 to include this event with cyclovia or perhaps other events together, or with cyclovia, and perhaps utilize Pacific View parking lot as the venue for the environmental educational activities. I feel from an environmental education standpoint, it's important, and I think a lot of people don't know that Pacific View is still here or is here. So it would be important in future planning. You may approve this tonight, which is great, it's improved. But the goal is to create a larger, diverse community outreach. And when I look at why is Fiesta del Sol so popular in Solana Beach, is that they stick to a focus of what the festival is, and the city is first and foremost part of planning it. So I trust the staff, Parks and Rec, and Sustainable Solutions departments will do their diligence in the upcoming event, and the event's success is a matter of importance as it's a reflection of our city. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item. We did have 3 speakers registering support but did not wish to speak: Leah Strell, Sabina Epstein, and Sean Cohen.
Okay, thank you. Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
Thrilled to see this come back. I think we asked the EcoFest and Encinitas Environmental Group to come back with us with a little bit better picture of their plan, and I think that's exactly what they did. So thank you for your hard work in this, for getting this back to us. And I'm very excited about this. Thanks, staff, for helping them. I do think, obviously, when staff plans an event, they have to look at the calendar and who else is using the park. And I assume you come to the date around other usage of the park, whether it's Encinitas Express or maybe the rugby league, which has gotten busy over there. That it's what date can we fit this in, what date it works in the window of the applicant and things like that. So it's kind of hard to get it right for everybody and be perfect. But it's worth kind of always noting, making sure that we're looking at the calendar. But I think you do that just to kind of make sure that the public understands that there's multiple variables going into that. I did have one question for you. What attributes does adding the sustainability fair to this, what does that bring to this additionally as far as marketing, booth space, or anything like that, or opportunity rather?
Sure. So the Sustainable Solutions Fair, really more of a recycling-focused, zero-waste-focused event historically. So we're bringing some of those more popular elements that I Love a Clean San Diego did at that fair, clothing swap, some DIY zero-waste activities have been real popular with families and kids in the past. And then as far as the other components that they're bringing in, can you repeat the question? I'm sorry.
Oh, so the question was, what attributes does this add to, does having the sustainability fair come to it add? Like, does it add more marketing opportunities? Does it add more booths? What is that?
Thank you. I'll try not to get lost in my own monologue next time. So a really important component of this, I Love Clean San Diego is really recognized regionally. They have a big eco footprint, if you will. A lot of name recognition around the region. So this was a way that we also felt that we could elevate the event, to bring in another partner that has previously put on a standalone event, but one that can also elevate it and bring it to a larger crowd.
Super. And so is there, and maybe this is a question for the marketing group, but I'd love to see us take whatever marketing we would have had for sustainability and add it to these two, conglomerate them and double the opportunities, whether that's Alex or whether that's Deputy Mayor's Department or city or Deputy Manager, City Manager, Assistant City Manager. Our staff is making sure that we take, we don't consolidate our marketing of this down to one event. We take whatever opportunities we're going to put into two and we put them all towards one event. But we keep the same volume. I think that's really important to the success of this, and that's the beauty of doubling it. I'm really excited to see what I view as a true, real opportunity to have a solid MOU and a great partnership here. So I'm going to motion to approve right away.
Okay, and Councilmember Lyons.
Thank you, Mayor. So I like the direction this is going in regards to EcoFest and how it continues to really add value and present to the city. Where I have a question for staff is we're reducing our engagement with I Love a Clean San Diego from around 15,000 to 6,600. Could you articulate for me what then are we removing as far as our in our contracts and our past work with I Love a Clean San Diego?
Sure, and we do have Steve Morris, Executive Director from I Love a Clean San Diego here. So if there's anything I'm missing that you want to fill in, Steve, feel free to jump up here. But I would say it's primarily a lot of the other, large heavy lifting that comes with putting on a standalone event. You see a lot of the planning and components that was in the EcoFest budget. A lot of that has been removed. I would say probably the single biggest standalone thing that we're not bringing from Sustainable Solutions Fair was a speaker panel, and so that was primarily again focused around recycling. Folks, I would say 90% of the engagement and questions we would get is sort of what goes where. We feel that we're not losing that because we're going to have our own staff, our own zero waste program representatives having a booth at the event. EDCO also sponsors the event, as was previously noted. So we feel like we're still going to get coverage in that department.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'll second the motion. I really appreciate I think I was one of the people asking for the combination just to increase, and I totally support what the deputy mayor said about I want to see the additive marketing strategy. The idea is to get more people to both events by doing them simultaneously and make it a better, bigger event. We certainly have the space to do it. So I've got a motion and a second, and I haven't seen anybody else want to speak. We've talked about this once already, so shall I call the question? I will call the question.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 10C.
Okay. Item 10C is an updated plan for the Economic Development Strategic Plan, and the contact person is Management Analyst 3, Welnick. Oh, yeah, that's Eric. And we'll start with a staff report.
Thank you for your patience. We were just going over some logistics up here.
No, it's okay. Right. I have time to get my notes done then. So.
Thank you. Well, good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Again, my name is Delilah Welnick, Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office. Today, I am joined by our Deputy City Manager, Mike James, and Eric Bravold, Chief Executive Officer of the San Diego North Economic Development Council. Tonight, we will be presenting a revised approach to the city's economic development. Oh, thanks, Lauren. Tonight we're presenting a revised approach to the city's economic development strategic plan. And in today's presentation, we're going to stick to 5 topics. The first topic will be to provide an update of past actions which led to today. Then we will define what economic development is and how it's relevant to the city. Then I'll pass the presentation to Mr. Bravold so he can touch on some baseline data for the city of Encinitas. Then Deputy Mike James will take us away with the revised timeline and next steps, and then we would like to end with the City Council providing feedback and direction on this plan. So to briefly recap, the Economic Development Strategic Plan is included in the fiscal year 25-26 annual work plan goals. And in September 2025, staff released a request for proposals and received 10 submissions from qualified firms. Following a thorough evaluation process involving multiple city departments, our economic development partners, and staff brought forward a contract for City Council consideration on February 18th, 2026. Now, while that contract was not approved, Council did provide staff with clear direction to return with a revised approach that down here, included or incorporated the newly established Business Commission, expanded on community engagement, leveraged local expertise and our regional partners, and then identified cost savings opportunities. Before we move forward, I'd also like to briefly talk about how CalEd, which is the California Association for Local Economic Development, defines economic development as the creation of wealth through which community benefits are realized. At its core, economic development is about creating an environment where both the residents and the businesses can thrive. Mr. Bruvold will go into more details on the broader benefits for economic development, but for today's discussion, we're framing economic development in 3 key areas, with the first being maximizing business revenue, the next being new employment opportunities, followed by small business support or visitor servicing and attraction. By focusing on these 3 areas, Encinitas can strengthen its local economy while preserving the community character and the quality of life that the residents value.
Perfect. Thanks, Delilah. And I will go ahead and do this. There we go. Perfect. Just a little bit about us. Again, we've been a partner now with the City of Encinitas since I have been part of the council. We've got a mission to really work on economic development from everywhere north of SR 56 here in North County. And we do that in 3 basic ways: marketing, retaining employment, and connecting educators and employers to strengthen our workforce pipeline. But in specific respect to your city, Encinitas is a regional steward member of our organization. One of the benefits that accrues to you is research services. With staff, we've got over 30 years of experience in economic development and workforce research, and we subscribe to annual databases which have an annual cost exceeding $20,000. So we're able to take that research and the subscription database and really find economies of scale with all 9 of the incorporated cities up here in North County. And we're ready to support your staff and the consultant so that you make efficient use of that membership and the contracting or the consultant contract should you wish to move forward. Delilah, I think, really framed it well, and I think that in thinking about this today, in thinking about you moving forward, it's really useful to consider 3 archetypal strategies for economic development. They are complementary, but they are useful to keep separate in your minds. And so one of them, and the good news is that Encinitas really could pursue any of these 3. It really is a policy choice, and your outcome and your product that you'll get from staff in this process will be so much better if you reach consensus and dialogue among yourselves of which of these archetypes you would prioritize first, second, and third. So the first would really be an economic development strategy around maximizing existing revenue streams for the city of Encinitas. So that's your sales tax, your property tax, your TOT, and really an economic development strategy that focuses in on ways in which the city can take proactive action to grow those revenue streams to then enhance quality of life and services for your residents here in Encinitas. The second would be maximizing employment opportunities. Sometimes economic developers call this maximizing our cluster, our export-oriented industries, growing those innovation parts of our economy that people talk about. And when you look at the net outflow of Encinitas residents going for employment and the net inflow, that's a real strategy which can help you around sustainability. It's not going to be a magic bullet. It would take a number of years to get up to speed, but the data clearly supports, and I'll go that in other slides, of that as a possible strategy and direction for you to look to staff and your consultants. And then the third one would be really looking at your small business community. If you look at it, makes sense for a affluent coastal community in Southern California. Your small business community is very visitor tourism focused in terms of its broad kind of emphasis beyond kind of local servicing industries. And so an economic development strategy pursued by many coastal California cities is to grow your tourism part of your economy through strategic actions and through strategic supports. So again, maximizing revenue. Encinitas has a very high median household income, one of the highest in the county, and a very cursory, I did this, your consultant could dive much more in depth of this, but a cursory leakage analysis really shows opportunities. What does leakage mean? It means what sort of demand are you generating from Encinitas residents for goods and services in your community, and what do we see in terms of the mix of businesses in your area? And so if we see that we expected X amount of demand for a particular retail item, but only Y of that is being supplied in the city of Encinitas, that demand is leaking out into other communities. And so we look at that to try and figure out, well, are there sales tax opportunities there? And the next slide, I think, will show that, and it'll know that. You'll kind of know that. What would that mean? You would identify those revenue streams. You would prioritize Delilah's and other staff's work to prioritize outreach and attraction strategies for each of those revenue sources. Maybe look at a tourism marketing district and how that could drive TOT. And really, the consultant that you choose would have a retail-forward, hospitality-forward expertise in their work plan and their work effort. Again, this is sort of just a quick and dirty that we did with some leakage analysis that we have for some databases that we have. And this just shows you categories that are there, the demand level based upon your income, and then the local supply that are there. And I think this doesn't surprise anyone, right? So auto sales, a fairly moderate to moderate high demand in Encinitas, but a very low local supply. People are buying their vehicles outside of your city, and that sales tax is accruing to other cities where they're buying it. You can see these other areas, and I won't go through in detail. But again, this is a very cursory leakage analysis, and a consultant that you were going to bring in this focus area would deep dive into this and look at it. We knew that there's like an actual real life experience if you're thinking about for an economic development strategy, the vacant REI building, right? You lost a sales tax generator that was there, moved out of your region. A economic development strategy in this tier really would have worked proactively with the owner, the leasing broker, other opportunities to get that space filled with a sales tax generating entity. But that doesn't mean the only thing you can do in economic development. You can also focus a strategy, let's call this bucket number 2, of looking at high wage employment for your region. So Encinitas has a really high, again, nothing surprising here, a very high educational attainment level in your city for your residents based upon census data. One of, I think only Del Mar has a higher educational attainment level when we look at the percentage of the population with a bachelor's degree of higher. If we look at the innovation companies that are driving our region's growth, talent being a critical part of that, innovation, talent, and higher educational attainment being extremely attractive. But when we look at commuter flows, 85% of your residents that have jobs leave the city for that employment. And conversely, 85% or almost 86% of the people that work here come from outside of Encinitas. So you have this massive kind of flow between them. And so and if you look at it, and I think we just pulled the data for employment, you have about 1.8% of regional jobs. But if you were getting your fair share of that, we would not see life science at just a 0.5 or information technology at 0.9, software at only 1.3% of the jobs in Encinitas compared to the regional number. Economic developers use these fancy terms called location quotients, but that means that you're really sort of underperforming in those areas. And those people that are in those industries that live in Encinitas are leaving to work outside. So a strategic plan that focuses on this might identify and refine those targeted industries, identify space opportunities and way in which the city could help fill them, and then explore how to leverage what you do have an overrepresentation for in high-wage industries, which is your healthcare sector. And you know that both around the hospital and then out on El Camino Real with the medical office buildings that you see, you actually hit above your strength. And I think there's some reasons why. That's an opportunity possibly to leverage that if that's there. I want to caution, though, or at least make sure that you guys know what you'd be buying with that bucket. High-wage employment opportunities aren't great fiscal moneymakers, just the way in which California allocates property tax, collects sales tax, TOT. It's good for your residents. You could cut down on some of that cross-commuting flow that you have and bring that, but don't expect it necessarily to show up at your top line for revenue. And again, it gets to the fact of house property tax and the allocation of that in your state. And then finally, kind of a third bucket. And again, the data says you could really choose any of these three. It's a policy choice rather than one that's written in stone for economics, because that would be a small business tourism strategy, where if you look at the small businesses in Encinitas, many of them are visitor serving. And then I brought these data that I just pulled. 32 million visitors come to San Diego County or came to San Diego County in 2024. On average, they spend $246 per person per night, and you see the distribution for retail sales and shopping on food. And thus, you could really take a deep dive with your consultant on looking at that tourist ecosystem in Encinitas. How could you continue to foster it? And then you could explore assets and opportunities that you could to drive additional visitation to Encinitas. Before you get scared, I did pull this, which is I looked at California affluent coastal cities that have major festivals that are driving people into their region, gave you some ideas of what their attendance are, and then also where we could find the economic impact analyses that had been done for them. So, again, I'd highlight people like Pebble Beach, Newport Beach, Laguna Beach have all found ways to maintain their character of community and their quality of life, but still driven additional visitation into their city and put additional demand. So again, I won't belabor this. You could pursue all three. And then I think what's most important is that I think your business commission will do well to get that kind of input from you, and so will staff. It prevents wasted time. And if any of those strategies just seem like no, don't do that, there's no consensus, I think that really helps refine for the work product that you're doing. What do we stand? Oops, sorry. I thought I still had one more slide. As the council that you help invest in and support, we're ready and willing and excited to provide data and analysis to your business commission to serve as a resource to Delilah as she works through this work. That's really what you're investing in our council for, and we're happy to be here tonight and happy to continue to support you in your efforts to develop an economic development strategy for the city.
Thank you. We'll go next slide.
Sorry.
No, that's yours. So that was a lot of information. And we did go through and summarize some of the key takeaways. What I wanted to do with this slide was to really put it into a context of time. And this is a very impacted timeline with a lot of work that's going into it for the next 10 months. And again, this is staff is throwing this out there for the city council's consideration and discussion, because it could be too long, could be too short. We could have that discussion as we move forward. What I wanted to do was just summarize really from now through June. What are these first steps? Well, first and foremost, we've got to have our first meeting with the Business Commission. And then that Mr. Brovold will assist us with providing an Economic Development 101 training really to our Business Commission. And speaking of training, we will go through and require all of our new commissioners to attend the SB 707 training. That'll be a part of that. Additionally, we will provide past documentation and city council actions of economic development activities, discussions, reports, agendas, papers, anything that staff has researched and found. Those will be neatly packaged and provided to each of the commissioners to provide that context of what were some of the considerations that occurred in the past as we start to talk about the future. And then, of course, we'll talk about leadership, establish a leadership for the commission, and then the work plan. As with all of our commissions, we will establish a work plan, and then we'll come back to the city council for approval. That'll really take us into kind of midsummer. Then we start looking at, okay, summer into fall, July into September. The commission will receive feedback from the council to discuss the work plan, and then really look at how is the commission going to accomplish that feedback from council and whatever the focus areas or goals are. could consider subcommittees, could consider one at a time, and then we run sequentially. I think those are all options that staff will present to the commission and have them work through that process. Also, the discussion of consultants. That's been an ongoing topic, and that's what kind of drove where we're at tonight. At what point is it appropriate for us to bring in a consultant to help us maybe with some of the data analysis? The data search. What does that mean for the city? Also potentially for our public outreach process to help facilitate a very consistent and clean process that strategically places those meetings throughout the city and why. So those could be some reasons that we consider. And then of course I can't forget our other partners with the 101s and Chamber, which will also be closely integrated into this process. But again, what that does is establishes a timeline, locations, and topics for that public outreach. And then the last piece to this would be, okay, from the data that we received, what does that mean? And then how does that tie into the existing work plan and tasks? And then how do we strategically place that into play when we come into the January timeline, when we start talking about and actually acting upon creating the economic development strategic plan? And so this ties into really one big thing that the City Council wanted staff to come back with, which is how do we establish those priorities? And just like Mr. Brovo mentioned, is it revenue? Is it job creation? Is it small business focus? Because once we establish that, that's going to be our finish line, if you will. And the plan, the economic development strategic plan, is going to get us to that point. So, and the next slide is really just to summarize everything that we've done. So this evening we talked about what economic development is. Why is it important? We received the data and the report from our partners and what opportunities exist out there. And next, we talked about the 3 options and how we'd like to have City Council feedback from that. And then the draft timeline, which is going to be a very busy timeline for the first year of the commission. Thank you, commissioners, or soon-to-be commissioners, as we move forward. And then feedback. This is the opportunity, I think, that we would really, really enjoy council's feedback because it is a gift for us to talk about the revised plan, talk about the focus areas, the timeline, the role of the commission, and then at what point do you feel as a council is it important for the commission to consider the use of a consultant? And so those items are highlighted here on this slide, and we can keep that up just to kind of bring us back as focal point. But that concludes staff's presentation, and we are available to respond to questions.
Okay, do people have questions of clarification? No? Okay. Then we'll go to public speakers.
We do have 2 speakers. First speaker is Scott Campbell with the time donation from Molly Hentlian, who's present, and then Carol Knight.
Up. Okay, my name is Scott Campbell, and I live in Encinitas District 1. And I should have had a presentation, but I didn't. What is economic development? We heard it. Is it the number of employees? Is it sales tax? Is it revenue? I mean, these are in conflict with some of the stuff that we hear so much about preserving our small beach town character. We're not preserving small town beach character by selling it. Economic development, is this serious shopping or recreational shopping that we're talking about? When I say serious shopping, I'm talking about, I go to Costco and I'm buying some serious stuff. Recreational shopping would be, hey honey, let's go to Panikin and get a cup of coffee. What kind of shopping are we actually promoting here? We talked about, I heard about high wage employment and tourism. Do we want sustainable development or do we want to be financially maximizing? I prefer sustainable. You know, there's a lot of people in this city and you go out there on the weekend and one lane in Leucadia and it's hard to get around, it's packed. People in Encinitas want to live that small town beach character and community, and they can't get there. Do we want more tourism to make it harder to have this Encinitas beach character? There's big questions. I don't have an answer. In the report, it says something about may require residents to accommodate. Once again, accommodate people that are not capable of being housed, or accommodate people that have tons of excess money that can come spend it in Encinitas. We have a lot of conflict here. We're not probably be able to solve both sides of this. The slide, please. So we heard about this sales tax leakage, and I've looked at it, and I'm going to challenge this data here. I didn't pay $20,000. That's a lot of money. It's a lot of data. But when I look at furniture and home furnishings, and I compare this to the top 25 sales tax producers, home goods is on our top 25. I mean, how many companies do we have to be considered low, not low? I mean, we have Lawrence Furniture, and there's some other places, faucets. They sell high-end stuff. Electronics and appliances. Once again, we have Best Buy on our top 25 list. How many places like that do we need? We can go to auto sales. We have 3 dealers. How many for a town of 62,000? How many dealers is appropriate for a town of 62,000 people? I don't know. I would like to hear maybe some answers from other cities and how, what is the appropriate numbers. Sporting goods. Once again, we have Dick's Sporting Goods on our top 25 list. How many stores? Play It Again couldn't make it. Clothing, we have, let's see, who did I list? So we got TJ Maxx, we got Target, Walmart, Hanson's. Once again, how many stores do we need? And there's lots of specialty boutiques, tons of them. Home improvement, we have Home Depot. Can we really have 2 Home Depots or a Lowe's in our city? I mean, once again, so I got to question some of these numbers. Thank you for the slide. Now, there's some great data on here. The demographic data shows that, this is on page 7. If you go back to people that are 35 years old, we are older in Encinitas than the rest of the state, significantly older. That's going to be part of this economic plan. Encinitas works. 88% of our people from 22 to 54 work, compared to 83% in the state. We work here. We work our butts off to be able to live here. And I don't think that people want to lose their community character to have other people come from outside the city come and leave trash and get arrested for drink driving and things like that and hog the beach, things like that. People in Encinitas do not take public transportation. It says 0.6%. So think about these things. Page 8, this is probably even more important. 66.4% of the properties in Encinitas are owner occupied compared to 55.8 in the state. People live here and they pay their money and they pay property taxes and they sacrifice. It's not a renter town, it's a homeowner's town here. We could go into poverty level, we're super low compared to the state. Children in single parent homes, 15% compared to 33%. We have stable housing. We have stable families here. People want to live here. There's 2 other charts about occupations and things that's pretty interesting. The top 3 occupations are food preparation, office and administrative support, and sales related. That's 1/3 of the total employment in the city. That they average, I'll be generous, say $57,000, way below any standards for housing. That's 10, 12,000 people. How many low-income houses can we possibly do? Affordability is a ridiculous idea. So these are just things I hope that the council discusses. And once again, I'm really glad that there's so many business commissioners here tonight. Thank you guys all here.
Good evening, good night, maybe. Honorable Mayor and City Council, I'm Carol Knight, CEO of the Encinitas Chamber of Commerce. And thank you to Delilah and Eric and Mike. I'm really encouraged by the direction that this is going. I'm going to speak specifically to the consultant. The Encinitas Chamber of Commerce supports the engagement of an external consultant to help guide this important work in concert with the Business Commission. While the Chamber, the 101, and city staff will be intimately involved in community outreach and stakeholder engagement, an outside consultant brings a fresh lens and objective perspective that is critical to the process. Their expertise will help gather, analyze, and interpret data to develop a relevant, forward-thinking strategy while ensuring potential blind spots are identified and addressed. This approach will position our community to move forward with a clear, actionable, and implementable plan that strengthens long-term economic sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay. With that, we'll go to deliberation. I'm up first. I actually had some questions that are probably more, I'll start with questions that are more like questions of clarification. I noticed that it was 28.7% work from home. Do you have data that shows that trend over the last at least 10 years? I would be very curious in Encinitas what the trend of work from home has been.
Yeah, Mayor, I do, but not with me like right now here with things, but that the census tracks that. It's been dramatic. Encinitas has one of the highest work from home numbers. It actually makes, I won't go into this.
Well, we don't want to leave.
There's an interesting thing with economic
Right?
development. But yes, I can get that to you and get to staff, but the trend has been up. And again, you guys are one of the highest in San Diego County.
Okay, so we're and I'm not surprised. In fact, environmentally, I'm seeing that as one of the key drivers to getting people off the road and reducing traffic congestion is the fact that we have people that have occupations that can do that. And the inverse, and Scott already noted it, that 0.6 take public transportation. Now, I'm assuming that is Encinitas residents that take it.
Yes.
That there may be outside people that also take it that would add to that, but given how empty I see most of the buses in town, it can't be that large of a number either way. Moving on, the retired, I didn't see a number for retired. I saw how many people were employed, but do we have any measure of how many people and what the 10-year trend is on residents that are consider themselves retired? Because our age demographic has gone up. Did I miss that?
Yes, it has, Mayor. And again, the data that I gave to city staff just has that as a snapshot, but we can absolutely look at the percentage trend and do a demographic. But yes, the population's been getting older. Coastal North County is getting older faster. And that's in part, there's lots of reasons why. I won't belabor the point at this hour, but yes, it's going up and it's more prevalent on the coast.
And the deputy mayor was showing me page 7, but that's workforce participation. That would include unemployed as well as retired. I'm talking about people that identify as retired, which usually it has been going up in my opinion here.
Yes, I think the way to get at that data, which I think is fine for that, is to look at the percentage that's either 65 and older or 70 or older.
Okay, now I'm going to get a little more detailed. You had a really good chart about the opportunities for various retail and businesses.
Yeah.
And I'm curious, and not all businesses generate the same amount of tax revenue per square foot. Do you have any metric that would tell us, because historically a typical car dealership will be $500,000 a year in sales tax revenue? And is that to the city? I think that's to the city, actually.
Yeah, that'll get Mayor,
portion.
you'll probably now, even though I've got 30 years of experience, you're probably getting to what I would have learned in year 31 and 32. It gets a little bit beyond what I know, but a consultant focused in on a revenue maximizing economic development strategy would be able to know those numbers very well. We can track sales per square footage across different kinds of categories and then give you a yield for what would be there. But I would be remiss if I tried to kind of do it off the cuff today.
I'm just trying to, clothing stores are typically very low margin versus Tesla dealerships are very good, as we have found out. So we saw that in the initial, the when we didn't have a car, we had a BMW, we didn't have a car dealership, then we got a Tesla, and the numbers were very, very good. So we appreciate everybody buying their Teslas in Encinitas. Okay, those are my questions. So I'm going to give my opinion too while I'm trying to get through this quickly. I view Encinitas, the downtown, the character is the golden goose. And overdeveloping it could kill the golden goose and actually make it less desirable to live here. So in your three scenarios, I lean mostly to the beach town, small business. I think that's how a lot of our people are on the business commission. And so I look at it this way, and I looked at it this way when I was appointing people and nominating people for the commission. I wanted to have, what do people have to leave Encinitas for, and what do they shop for here? And the small business, they shop and they eat, food. They eat at restaurants, all different levels, and we have all different types. We service our vehicles here. And I could go through the whole list. And what do we need to make sure we don't chase out of town with our, if we let the alcohol and coffee economy, as I like to call it, take over? Because they'll pay more per square foot, and they'll drive some of the smaller cleaners and things like that out of town. And so we want to be careful. So that, if you're looking for my input, that's my input. Now the timeline for this project, I'm moving through this quickly because of the hour. My timeline for this, I thought, Mike, your timeline up there was perfect. I want to get the Business Commission on board. I want to get their opinion because like the general plan, I want this effort to be driven by residents, and in this case, business owners in our community. Only then do I want to engage a consultant, if we choose to engage a consultant fully, partially, whatever, like we talked about last time. So I appreciate I'm looking forward for the Business Commission to really go to work here and tell us what we should do and give us a strategy. Don't kill the golden goose. So with that, I will yield to Councilmember Lyons.
And thank you, Mayor. One thing I think you'll hear tonight, at least a little bit and more later, is that we really care about our data. So I look at the data that you've presented here and the sources you've presented it from, and some of it doesn't quite jive with what I've known from the most recent census. So I'm really curious, and I'm not going to go into that detail, but I'm really curious about more data. Who exactly are we? And I think what I'm hearing is there's probably a need for a consultant to help us drill down into that. For instance, I look at the employment in Encinitas. It's identified as there's 29,521 employees in Encinitas. And you also presented that 28.7% of them work from home.
27% of your residents work from home. So this
Of the
is
residents.
always an important thing to remind you is that, or to people, I should say, it's off, the way in which the data is presenting is exceedingly confusing. So think of it as the workforce is Encinitas residents that are working. And so about a quarter, a little bit over a quarter of them, when they hold jobs, work from home. But they may not be payrolled in the city of Encinitas. They could be payrolled in the city of San Diego or Carlsbad or wherever else. But then you have the people that are employed here. So those are the people that are payrolled by Encinitas businesses, and they can live wherever they want to. So keeping those things straight in the data is important as you try and navigate and understand and interpret it.
And with a snapshot like we have in the item tonight, we don't know that, and that's okay. But I think I understand that you're kind of showing us some information about ourselves, staff. You're showing us some information that we were able to get about ourselves. And it just emphasizes for me how powerful data is and how meaningful it is to us as we make decisions to understand what the data represents. Another key item that I read, and I thought it was associated with the number of employees in our city, is that the mean number of commuters, and I'm assuming that means employees in the city, the mean distance to travel to come to work in our city is 23.8 minutes.
No, that's again, it's just the census data. That is actually again, when the census goes out, that was a question asked of Encinitas citizens. And so they responded that the median travel time is that 23-minute number for their median commute that they have.
Awesome, thanks.
For the incoming, I do not believe that is a census number that is tracked. You can do some O&D data that can be done for kind of where they're coming from, but the average travel time, I don't think, is collected at the census level.
That's really informative. Thank you. Where I'm focusing is on where my value system is, and that's on how can we be a live-work community? How can we provide for ourselves here? And that goes to your leakage comment too. My value system says the more we can be sustainable here in our own community and provide for our own citizens' needs, then the more successful of a city we are. Now, how that ties into economic development is that I may not be looking at this from the perspective of we need another car dealership. Because even though a car dealership may bring us the revenue and may check that box, and honestly, revenue is needed. We have more needs than we have money. But when you would ask our citizens what contributes to the quality of life in Encinitas, maybe 2 car dealers is enough. So I think there's a really strong component of what we want to do that's very unique to us, and that is how do we address the needs of all of our community here locally and provide for our citizens? And I would say that I value that more than our visitors. And we may find that that's true with others in our community too. So how do we what we're trying to achieve, I think, is a really important first step. And Mike, thank you for outlining the schedule, because I think it's a little bit of a slow walk, and I think that's probably needed. I would like to see the Business Commission get up and running. I would like to see the Business Commission help tackle this along with our chamber and our 3 101s who've been doing great work. This is a real partnership that we need to evolve together. I think that when I'm looking at your schedule, Mike, I think around the August, September time, you talk about we're recommending we have some public outreach and some community engagement. I would like to know what the initial kind of, what do you think? And what is our vision? And let's hone that before we get a consultant on board. We won't have all the data yet, but I think once we get a consultant on board, then we can drill down and get more data so that we really know what those numbers are for us, and we understand what the numbers are. And then we can use that to make really well-informed decisions about how we focus, how we curate, how we work to attract businesses that serve our people. Eric, you made a comment that our small business community is visitor focused. I'm not sure I agree with that, even though visitors come. I think my view, and this is my bias again, our small business community is Encinitas focused. We're looking to serve the interests of the people who live here. So that's just an angle on it that I think is really important to our community, and I'm happy to slow walk this. I think around the August, September time is when it should come back to City Council to make that'll be a milestone, a juncture where we decide do we have enough information yet to move forward or do we need more information at this point? But if we're going to move forward with a strategic economic development approach, then I think we need more data. Just to reemphasize, setting our own goals and being clear about them is a really important first step. I'll yield.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Thank you. I would agree with a lot of what Councilmember Lyons has said, that we're at a juncture in our city where this was a ranching community. That's what it was. It was a farming community. We were flowers. We were, the amount of greenhouses I've been driving around on my once a week meetings with the city manager and showing these little pockets that still exist, but they used to be everywhere. The Carter Sports Park, that was just an empty field. There was greenhouses all around it. And in this shift right now where I think we lie, you give us the 3 buckets that we kind of need to pick one. Not that we can't do all three, but one has to kind of be the priority. So when decisions get made, sorry, go on.
I just think it's helpful because a consultant that will be great in one area will struggle in the other. And I think the data that, I mean, I could spend a lot of time for the city of Encinitas, but the data that I gather will be informed and be more efficiently gathered with that kind of prioritization.
And I love data. I come from a data background. The fact is data is retroactive, and I love the understanding of that. But to lead, it needs to be visionary. It needs to be in the front of. And so if we constantly react to what's happening behind us, we're not effectively making the adjustments what's in front of us, right? The amount of at-home workers is going to go through the roof in this town. It's just how it exists. To live here, it costs a lot. Some of the jobs that require are going more digital because they can afford it. A lot of the upper echelon of sales, the upper echelon of CEOs, executives that can work from a distance, they travel maybe a lot to go to their conferences or to go on site somewhere. But I'd say 80% of my friends that were able to still grow up here and live here now are in those environments, and they work from home. So we're moving into a future. So I think that the data is great, and it gives us a snapshot in time of kind of where we are. But the big box stores are being replaced in a lot of cases by the click and order, and shows up on your doorstep. So let's not make a big year-long kind of measure twice, maybe 3 times before we go cut once kind of thing. To really envision where we are and who we are in the 2050 model. And I've said this in every which way, shape, or form. Scott did it last week at our business committee, talking about how business commission really touches a little bit of every other commission, which I think is a good thing, because it makes us have to think about exactly who we're trying to be, because we've left the ranching community. There's a whole demographic here that has changed. So in this time, if we're going to be doing this, being able to capture kind of what not deputy anymore, Councilmember Lyons was saying, is that I do think that a lot of the small businesses are really kind of centralized around the actual resident, and tourists just come here and happen to like that because it happens to be what we like. And I think that town after town has proven that we don't need small businesses. In this town, we want small businesses. That's part of one of our preferences. And so, again, they're not necessarily as revenue heavy as like a car dealership or some of the bigger ticket items, but they provide the lifestyle and what it is that we want to have on our time. So though I think that the 3 options of where we go forward, I think I'm going to lean heavily into the business commission. I do think that a consultant, I thought that back when, I think a consultant maybe slightly less price. I do think a consultant helping to focus full-time on this while the business commission is coming together, gathering the information, thinking about the information, living the information as business owners, but also coming back with a consultant that's getting real detailed information about our specific town and maybe where we grow. I think maximizing existing revenue might be our lead. It might be our priority, at least in my perspective, with the other 2 being supporting of those 2, like you showed with the festivals. I think we just talked about EcoFest. I mean, that's a festival in and of itself. What if we just talked about a plant ordinance? Maybe we become the EcoFest thing, and then we lean into something like that where we get one big generator that does have tourism for a period of time, but we're not stopping the summer stuff. We're not stopping the springtime and kind of here we are in spring break, and the beaches are full because guess who's here? Tourism. So it's happening. It's not something that we're pushing. The internet has made every last secret spot available. So again, all this to say is I don't want to get stuck in the data behind us. I want to use the data, but I also want to see what's coming our way. The digital world is here, and it's as I drive around again with the city manager, you see so many little pockets of what I call future teardowns. You drive by a home that you see, Prop 13, Parents are bought a place for $30,000 that are now worth $5 million. And guess what? The kids can't afford it. And so that changes, and that immediately changes another moment. That person that can't afford that, it's a tear down, right? You're looking at some serious changes. That person may not have the same business requirements for their personal selves, but they have the spending requirements. So I think the maximizing existing revenue from the town's people that actually want to live here and work here. But I will actually point out too, is you drive down Leucadia Boulevard, you go into the Walmart shopping center, you go into the Target shopping center, and then you go just north to the Forum, and you see a totally different conductivity level. And that speaks volumes to who's the resident that wants it, that can spend some of maybe their more affluent money in town, and then the tourists that come along and can use the same facilities to spend the same money, would be beneficial to start with as I think, again, the lead out of the three, with the other two being supportive and looking for opportunities when the right one comes along, but not to change our city unless the city itself wants to change in that direction. So maximizing existing revenue is the one that I would say that we want to probably lean on. I'm just looking at your checklist here. I think the timeline is strong, and I think it's aggressive. I think the two that are here, I saw a couple of you earlier as well, but having an idea and having outlines and coming in with ideas out the gates, and I would highly recommend that subcommittees are formed pretty much immediately and start going down with whatever that is. If we are going to run the consultant model, I would prefer that comes back. I would say before summer recess. I think that's an important model to talk about what we need. I think the business commissioners as well have a steeped background. As I'm looking at Jerry in the back, he's been a part of a development strategic planning model. We might know what we need that from that consultant by that time to narrow down the amount that we need to spend on it. But this is, I couldn't think of a commission that touches every base in Encinitas right now as it's in its flux with all of the development that's kind of already been happening, the roads, everything that's coming our way. This one will probably set forth the direction of Encinitas in the next 30 to 50 years. So that's kind of my overview on this and where I sit for this initial time through. So.
Okay, thank you. I need to entertain a motion to extend.
Second.
Okay, I'll make a motion to extend. I got a second. To 11 o'clock?
Yes.
Okay. Call the question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay. Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
So I love the line, we don't need small businesses, but we want them. I'm going to add, we want them because they're the heart and soul of our city. So I agree.
We don't.
Yep.
It's been proven we don't need them.
I agree. So, but I think it's great. We want them because they're the heart and soul of our city. Listen, we're making this way too complicated. This is crazy. We're not reinventing the wheel. We're creating an economic development plan. We don't need consultants. I can get the book Local Economic Development for $10.92 on Amazon. I'll give each of us a copy. I'll get the Business Commission a copy. Anyone else who's on the vision, we'll get out of it for $200, $300. We can get data for free online. It's all openly available. I can get all the data you presented today online. I can get all the data that's in this report online. What are we spending this money for? This is insane. We need to create a very simple platform and framework for the Business Commission. Start with a SWOT, short and long-term ideas, identify the strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, strengths, and threats, short-term, long-term. Divide our Business Commission into 3 subcommittees. Bring in the chambers and the 101 to participate as an additional subcommittee. You've got enough members to do that. And that subcommittee can go in and address each of those areas. Those 3 subcommittees could look into the 3 legs of the stools you mentioned. From there, you could move on to subcommittee to include the Chamber 101 and come back to that with a whole meeting about that. Number 4 would be, we don't need to focus on one thing. That's insane. We have more than one good attribute in the city. We have at least 3 that you identified. There's probably more, and we need a 4th. We've already talked about this, which we can develop. We've done it before. You don't have to pick one. When you can, other cities do this, they district things. Downtown, we focus on our small businesses. Out in a certain area, we focus on our industries. Another area, we focus on this industry X. That's what cities do. They figure out the best places for the best businesses, the best locations. And we have business people who have done this on the Business Commission that know how to make an economic plan. This idea of going and spending money on a consultant when we just don't need to is premature, and it's unnecessary. We know what we can do in the city, and we have the people to do it, most importantly. We finish up by figuring out those districts, and we've done it before. We did the Home Depot district here in the town. I wasn't around for it. We did it. There's ways to do these things, and you just need to go and look around. Let's not take the lazy way out in this. Let's do it, the work that needs to be done. We get the right people to do it. Let's do the work in the way I put out there. I'm sitting here pulling my hair out because we keep talking about going to consultants. I'm sorry, we don't need them. We got the people right here in the room, and let's just come up with that basic framework and get the job done. Thank you.
Councilmember San Antonio.
Yeah, I don't know how to follow that one. Now I don't know if my idea is going to sound dumb. You know, I worked in Laguna Beach for 10 years as a firefighter, and you know, I spent so much time there. Laguna Beach started as a small artist town. I'm sure Ajit can probably speak to that as well. But they don't have big box stores. They have small boutiques. I like to think of it as another smaller version of Encinitas. It's got a Main Street. It's got the 101, and all the stores are just kind of line it, and their Main Street, kind of like our 101, all restaurants, all boutiques. But they don't have big box stores. They don't have car dealerships. I've been sitting here running through my mind as I drive through the street what I see there, and there are everybody leaves Laguna Beach to go buy their big purchase. So I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, well, what do they have? Obviously they've got lots of money, but then I thank you for your slide with the festivals, and I think Councilmember Schaefer mentioned it. They've got 1 or 2 of these. They got the Pageant of the Masters, and I've gone to these, gosh, probably 8 times. Sawdust Festival, I went every year. I mean, you see the amount of money it generates and the amount of people it brings, and it's to what Scott said is, I don't want to sell this town out. I love our beach community. I love the way it looks. I love the way it feels. I love the way when I go to work, the feel when people walk by and say hi, and it's that small town, but there is a way we can make money here. And I think Councilmember Lyons said the same thing. We have more needs than we have money. Is there a way that we can generate that money in a shorter amount of time? Yes, is it a bit of an inconvenience? I know Laguna Beach, when I drive the fire engine through Main Street, it's crazy. It's crazy. It can be a bear to get through there on a weekday, let alone a weekend. But yes, look at the amount of money it brings in. Look at the amount of tax that would bring into our little town, our little city, our little big city. I don't know. I think that, I guess if I was to look at the bucket, I like the bucket with the, where is it? It's through the small business, or support businesses through tourist efforts. We have so many small businesses here that if we had something that generated, I mean, just that chart alone had so much money that was brought into, Napa, to all these things, and they're fairly short, relatively amounts of time during the summer or whatever season it is. And our weather here is pretty great, so it doesn't always have to be at peak summertime, but it does help because I know a lot of tourists are out during the summertime. But anyways, but then we also have the El Camino corridor, and that is a beautiful section of this city that can be, I'm not saying tear it all down, but there's parts of that can be redeveloped. And I know that's a far look down the future. But wow, like think of the things we could build on that. I know there's obviously building and things that I don't know everything about. But those single-story places with all that parking, those empty parking lots, I'm like, I just think about what could be there and what that could look like in the future. I think that's something that we need to look at as well. And like I said, I'm not trying to sell out our town. I'm not trying to sell this town to make it, Carlsbad. We don't have an industrial complex. We don't have that land to make to generate some of this stuff, some of this money. But what can we do to bring it in? I think that is I don't want to say it's easy because nothing generally is that easy, but I just look at those numbers and I'm like, gosh, the Sawdust Festival and the Pageant of the Masters it's crazy the amount of people that come just to see these festivals that last generally 3 weeks or 4 weeks, and then they're gone. And the town is kind of back to normal for the summer. Sorry, let's see here. And the Business Commission, thanks, Scott. Thanks for showing up. You probably thought like, oh, we get to talk about our small business. It's going to be so easy. But then, as you see, what we're talking about here. It's like I'm talking about this big festival to bring to the town. I mean, we're talking about some big things up here that probably didn't sound like, oh, we're going to do a Business Commission in Encinitas. But now it's this. You can see the responsibility and how your hand will help lead and guide what will happen. Along with the chamber, along with the one-on-ones. It's like, it's such a big responsibility, and it's such that your vision and what you guys are going to bring, along with, our staff and possibly a consultant. It's wild where your fingers will reach and what you're going to guide. So just take that into consideration as you guys are thinking about this stuff, because clearly each one of us here has talked about it, the much bigger picture. Versus like, oh, we're just gonna, we're gonna bring more people here. How do we do that? So I'll rest there.
Okay, I'll hop in there. I've heard a couple of people talk about we have more needs than money. I'd like to change that. I think we have more wants than money. I think we actually have a very healthy economy. We've seen that in our budgeting. If I go around and look at the other mayors around the county, property values are great. That's where the majority of our revenue comes from. Our sales tax is at least flat, slightly up. And not everybody in the county can say that. We're doing pretty well. And again, that's why when I talk about the Golden Goose is the fact that we have this small beach town, very attractive place. People want to live. They want to vacation here. They want to come visit us. Let's be very, very careful. I want to look at some macro trends in the economy. Amazon and online retail has made it people are buying less in big box and shopping because they can get it delivered to their house. Number two, office space. We actually now, I believe, have an advantage. We do not have empty office space. We do not have to worry about that. We have 28% working from home. That number will probably continue to go up. That's where we want our workers housed. By the way, those workers are paying taxes here in town because they're living here all day, working here all day. They're not leaving the town to go, eat lunch and commute elsewhere. They're living here. So I think that's best. They may be payrolled somewhere else, but that doesn't make any difference to my revenue. Let them go get payrolled. And by the way, it's not just in a different town. It's in a different country or in New York or wherever. So I want to be very careful that what we have here, we have preserved for almost 40 years now, our downtown, our Encinitas community character, and that has become, in my mind, the Golden Goose, the small beach town scale. If I go around knocking on doors asking, what do you like? Why are you here? That's what I hear all the time. I want to preserve that. And I actually believe the economy and things like Amazon and less brick and mortar offices, less brick and mortar retail is coming actually back around to our model. And we are the future. We just happen to stay there in the past, and it's coming back to us. So I like the Business Commission, and I want to echo what Jim said. I think I said if and when we go with a consultant after the business commission has weighed in and built, we may find that they need some expertise. Then and only then would I go with the consultant. Just like I talk constantly about, the general plan was written by a bunch of amateurs, and it's pretty damn good. You know, in fact, if you look at the general plan talking about economics, it talks about how 30 years ago, 101 was kind of weak economically, right? And it is not now. Look at the cost of space going up there. So we don't need to fix that. I want a business commission that is local. I want them to do everything that the consultant we thought was going to do. And if you remember the consultant, when they came in with the proposal, they offered to help attract retail big box. And I'm like, that's the antithesis of what I want. And so I do not want to go with the consultant, at least at first. And my guess is, even if we get to that point, it's going to be a surgical use of consulting. And the consultant said he's open to that.
Yeah, that's what I said, yeah.
Yeah, so I think the timing is not before break. I think the business commission is, and Mike, I love the fact you laid out that timeline. I think we'll get them formed, get them to do the basics, tell us what you recommend, and then we'll go from there and we'll decide. And maybe it is we need a consultant, but I want a homegrown development plan. And I think I covered everything, and I will yield to.
I think you skipped me.
I'm sorry, I did. I missed you. Sorry, I thought you'd gone already.
Yep, I did. I'm back.
Okay, go again.
Yeah, and to go back to the consultant, I do think that the consultant does play a role. I know that they're professionals in that exact space, and it's not. I think he was just trying to sell himself as to ways to make money. Our consultant is here to do our bidding, and I think our business commission would help drive that along. In 1975, when my parents first moved here, the Ford and Shell station on El Camino and Encinitas Boulevard, they're the only thing there. There's only one stop sign between here and Palomar Airport on El Camino. So this place has grown fast. It's grown, I say fast, but it's grown at a pretty steady rate. And now, I'm re-emphasizing that this is not a 1 year, 2 year, make the money quick. We do have a large pay increase coming with all of the houses being developed and all the new doors that are going to be collecting taxes. We don't have, in 10 years, we're not going to have the same issue necessarily. Our basic issue on the needs is actually aged infrastructure. So it's not like we have a lot of new things that we need to pay for. It's a lot of old stuff that never got paid for because nobody did it before. And they didn't have the maintenance cycles, and they didn't have the maintenance understanding that we do now, and taking care of it a little bit longer so it lasts longer. So the real fact is we need gap, if you will, gap money, gap insurance. But the understanding here is also the mentality of this city and the character of the city over the long haul. And that's where I've said this across every single thing I've ever brought as an initiated item or the big picture. Again, where are we in 2050? And who are we? And I think the way that we start doing that now is because the lack of, Encinitas had planning, but a lot of times it was a little bit more off to your own, do your own thing. And these little patches popped up. And the Leucadian was not the best place to go on the weekend. It was the last place to go. It was the dark place. It was the dingy. It was down at the very end. It was not, you went there to get out of sight, not to be in sight. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of things about this town that people remember that weren't quite, I think the memory's a little bit shaded. And so if we don't make certain decisions now and certain deliberate and let it's not going to grow together like the patch job it once was that made it eclectic and cool. You see, again, we just drove around just yesterday through Cardiff, and all of the cool stuff, if you go to like the south side of Del Mar, you see really cool architecture. You see people that aren't maximizing space. They're just making a nice property that presents well, that has artistic, architectural genius, if you will. You drive around our town now, and the most recent $5 million build is a big box. It's a maximize for space. And that's where we're headed. And so if our businesses aren't in alignment which is the future, that's the way of the world. We don't have, again, this room used to be filled with ranchers, real people doing real things out with their hands every day. It's not the same as it once was. So if we don't have the vision for what we're attracting over the long haul, we may attract something that we didn't want. And so that's all I want to make sure that's captured in the essence of this. That we're kind of making a statement of where we're going in the future and how we're going to build towards it. Can another group or a future, yes, they could change it. But for too long, and we're no longer to the place where the people are here by mistake. There used to be a time where people landed here and you could buy a house for, a reasonable amount of money. It's not that anymore. So if we don't have a very deliberate direction, which again, I think option one was the one that I said, because it's maximizing current revenues or existing revenue, which again, once all of these homes are filled, we will have the revenue, which is our primary tax base, or primary revenue is from the homeowner. So if we maximize it and they like being here, the tourists, when they come or we do a festival, they're going to like it because that's what it is. It feels local. That's why people like going to our little local spots, because they feel like that. They don't feel big box stores. They don't feel all of that other way of going. Along the way, I do think that there will be an employment opportunity. I mean, Scripps, they kind of just happen along. They've maximized their space, and it's become one of our #1 revenue generators, as Scott's pointed out. It wasn't intentional. They didn't come here and do that. It was by accident. We have a time now to put some intention behind the city that has become. It's no longer a growing city. It has been and it is, and it's on the map, what I believe is one of the top in the world. And so I think we should be striving to have that kind of model. And so to pay $100,000 up front, I think is an absolutely good use of money, because it will give us so much more back on a deliberate, very strategic. And again, I know we have very intelligent people, but they're also busy. They also have their own businesses to run. And to have a specific person dedicated to this, for all the money that we spent on all these different things, this one I think will pay us back the most. That's my belief. So you can believe what you want. That's what I believe, and I would be willing to put my money, our money, up front to make sure this is done right. Measure twice, measure 3 times, cut once, do it right, and maximize.
Okay, I just wanted to do a little time check. It's 16 after. You're looking for direction tonight, right? So we don't have to have a motion, and we don't have to have unanimous direction, but you're going to get whatever you can get a consensus, I suppose, to a degree, out of what you've heard. Do you have particular questions? And then we'll continue with, are we giving you what you need, or are you looking for more?
I believe we have what we need, and I can kind of summarize what we're hearing, and then you guys can just nod and let me know if that's good, and then...
And I was say I've got 2 more speakers, but I just wanted to set an expectation.
Yes.
Councilmember Lyons, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Eric, I forgot to thank you for being here. Your reputation precedes you, and actually a conversation I had with you precedes this night, and you might not remember, but about 3 years ago, I called you to ask you some questions about how do we approach economic development, because we've been throwing this ball around now for a while, and now we're beginning to pay some more serious attention to it. And I remember, well, thank you for generously giving me 30 minutes of your time. And I was really impressed with you, because you said, go with your strengths. Who are you? Play your strengths. You are what? Fill in the blank. You are surfing. You are music. You are art. What do we hold valuable here? And then go with those strengths. And I really like that approach, and I'd like to make sure our staff hears that as well. And that's where I focus on small business for locals, because that's who we are, that's who we've been, and that's what we want to continue to be. I want to focus on the live-work environment. And there's one thing we haven't talked about yet that I think is a true asset, and that is Miracosta Community College. That's within our jurisdiction. And I think just philosophically, there's a lot of potential for us to engage with them and think about innovation, education, and building a workforce just here locally. So I'd want to make sure that's on our agenda as far as what we look at. I like the mayor's approach to the time frame and going all the way through maybe it'd be August, September time, and then touching base and seeing where we are and taking our temperature and then moving forward from there. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
For the record, several hundred cities in the state of California have a business development manager whose job is to manage the economic development plan. According to Indeed, they are paid $93,000 a year, so less than $100,000. I think this has become a bit of a train wreck. I'm just going to say it. I think all the concerns I hear are things that this is why we have a business commission who's made up of small businesses, large businesses, people with experience in doing this. They're going to find that they're going to understand the fact that community character is key to this city. That's what they do every day, foot in the ground. They make their living off of it. They're all going to have a vision for what the future of the city is because they live here. Mm-hmm. They're invested here. Their livelihood comes from it. I think the timeline is wrong. I think the consultant move is wrong. I think we're going about this wrong. I think we build the framework out. We let the business commission come into it. We do the 4 steps out there, starting with a SWOT. This is not, we're making this so hard. It's not that hard. Cities do it everywhere. Basic framework. You start with an outline. You build the outline out. You use the experts in the room, our business commission, our 101s, our chamber, our council members, our community, our staff, and you fill in the blanks, and you see what you got at the end. Then you come back and look at it, and that's all you have to do. We're just making this so hard with this. I don't think we're going the right direction. I'm just going to leave it at that. I wish I could say more. I think this is a great idea. I think it's going to be great in the end. But it needs a ton of work the way it is, and it needs to be completely rehauled from what we're doing. I'm just going to leave it there.
Okay, I think I'm a little confused because what I heard is at least Councilmember Lyons saying that the approach that I said, and I thought I said I agreed with you. So the way we are going, the
I
consensus.
hear everybody all over the place, and we keep going back to consent.
Yeah. Okay.
You addressed me, so I'm just responding.
I'm just okay. I was just trying to. That's why I wanted to interject at the end here and let staff say, "What did you hear?" And tell us what you heard, and see if that's more in alignment with what you were saying.
Absolutely.
Because I heard some sharp disagreement as far as start the consultant now, but I heard at least 3 of us say the timeline that was up there was good. And I think you and I certainly were in strong agreement that consultant, and I said if, you said no, but I said if we even use a consultant, it might be partially and it would be probably after the break. So at least the path we're starting down is business commission, getting it off the ground. So I think I'm agreeing with you.
Yeah, I think
maybe
you're
you
right.
didn't hear that. I just want to make sure.
I think you're right, and I'll say I'm wrong on that one. I think it is best to hear what they heard first. I think you're right, and I apologize.
Okay. So with that, we'll go to staff.
Great. I'll take a stab at this. Please feel free to jump in. But essentially, what I heard was that a consultant is not desired now, and that the goal is to have the commission form and decide or focus on first the maximizing existing revenue and the supporting the small businesses. Based on the discussion, I would surmise that those 2 are kind of equal goals for council. Coming back with how having the commission discuss how they want to focus on those 2 buckets, engage the community, direct staff to come back with a proposal for bringing a consultant that can work on those 2 buckets, and then and that would be sometime this summer. Luke did mention he'd like it to be before the summer break, and I'm not sure if that would totally be possible, but the goal will be to bring it back to council to say, hey, this is where the commission's at. These are the actionable steps that have been done for these 2 buckets. This is what the commission would propose if they decided to propose a consultant to do A, B, C, and D. And then from there, we will have our strategic framework and implementation plan. That's what I heard.
Okay, and if you can put the timeline up there that you had. I think you hit the important word in there, if the Business Commission recommends it. And we don't even know to what degree if. And I look at this and I go, the Business Commission isn't getting really up to speed until after summer break. And so I don't see how. I think we've got to get a Business Commission. They got to get up to speed. They have to discuss. They're going to have work to do. But between now, you think they will have all this understood and form their opinion with a brand new commission? Wow.
That's the proposed timeline. It's going to be a extremely quick onboarding process with a data download, and the expectations are going to be massive.
Yeah,
Yes, but the goal would be to get that in place, to establish the work plan, and then to come back to the council to provide that feedback, and then take that feedback back to the commission, which will occur in July. And then at that point, it's going to be assessing how our roles developed, how our subcommittees formed. Do we need assistance? If not, can we do it ourselves? And I think that's going to be the role come July, and then that is going to guide the public outreach portion beginning in August.
Okay. I mean,
It's extremely
more power to you
aggressive
if you can do it,
timeline.
but call me skeptical, but prove me wrong. I appreciate that. So.
Let's go, Mike. Yeah, so a lot was responded back, and that was not accurate as to what was set up here. It's not, don't need consultants now. We'll get consultants if we ever need them. It's not a now. When you say it like that, it's like, we're just waiting to pull the trigger. Well, maybe we don't need to pull the trigger. So let's not assume that's going to happen. And it's not two buckets. It's 3 buckets. There's actually, it's 4 buckets, but we haven't talked about the 4th one. I feel like I'm talking to a wall in this conversation, and I'm just gonna, I'm not sure even where to go at this point. So I hear a lot of different conversations going on up here, and I don't hear, I don't hear clear direction, and I don't hear, I think we're asking people who don't know how to do this to do it and build a framework for it. And we should be asking the people who do, and we're not. And I don't think it's that hard to do. We're not recreating the wheel, but we keep getting a square wheel instead of a round wheel. So I'm a little befuddled, and I'm going to stop there.
Okay, Councilmember Lyons.
I just wanted to weigh in that I think probably the majority is aligned with the possibility that, using Mike's timeline, there is a point sometime towards the end of July, I guess is what I'm understanding, where we would have the juncture, the milestone, where we would consider what the next steps are, and that could include a consultant. So I just wanted to hope to help summarize, but that's what I feel the majority is saying.
Deputy Mayor.
So I guess this is where I get to. If we're giving this to the Business Commission to do, they should make the timeline. Why are we telling them they have to do this? It should be the Business Commission making the timeline. I'm like banging my head against the wall up here, trying to get it. We're doing, this is the most frustrated I've been in any conversation I've ever had at council. Like we keep running into the same obstacles, and we're not adjusting our line. We're just trying to reword it. And we really need to, this is not, I don't know. Maybe I'm. I don't know. The Business Commission can make the timeline, and they'll get it done on that timeline. If we force them to do a different timeline and they fail, it's going to be a problem. It's going to make them rush their work. It's not going to be on the appropriate timeline. They're going to know. I guarantee every one of these people on the Business Commission, or just about every one of them, has written a business plan that includes an economic development plan for their business. We don't. You guys don't do that up here. You work at the city. Show up at 8, you go home at 5. You check in, you check out, and it's great. My wife does that at her work. She loves it. She loves her job. She doesn't do a business development plan. She doesn't need to. But the owner of that business does. people who are invested in it need to be doing it, making the timeline, to be making the framework. They need, and if we're going to give it to them to do this, we need to let them set that timeline. I think, you know, it's like we're all trying to build something that we don't know what it is. So I'm just, yeah.
Go ahead, Councilmember Schaefer.
Just for the perspective is, we want to go fast. Mike is trying to sit here and tell us this is a screaming timeline. They're going to get together. They're going to put this stuff together. They're gonna put their stuff together, and if it comes back and it is a freaking golden goose, and they can put us through the thing and fast, great.
Why do we need to go
If they
fast?
come back and saying, hey, we need some help, I'm all ears for it, because I think this is a big deal.
Why
So-
do we, sorry, I thought you were done. I apologize, I didn't interrupt you.
So the idea here is that it's important. They're going to get Mike's giving them the basics. They're going to get the commission's getting together. They're going to figure us out as fast as possible. He's trying to give us the basic, and he's telling us this is a very fast timeline. If you want to go fast, you're probably going to have to pay for a consultant.
Who
to
said
help.
who said they want to go fast? I didn't say I want to go fast. Did you say you want to go
This
fast?
is fast. He's saying this is
We
fast.
don't-
This is a fast
Let
timeline.
them tell us
Hang
what
on.
this can be done in. They're the one.
So, can I interject?
Yep.
What I would say is the timeline is suggested. It's kind of a goal. Ultimately, what I said, Jim, I don't know if you heard it, was I don't believe. Let me add a nuance to it that I'll see if I get consensus up here. And the nuance is, if the Business Commission needs more time, they can request it, and I'm okay with that. I think you'd be okay with it. I want it baked properly that they're
Correct.
comfortable with it. Before they bring it back, and we're just trying to give direction and give it to the Business Commission, let them go.
So this
There you go.
timeline should be built around the development of an economic business plan, not a timeline for the Business Commission. Piece 1, piece 2, piece 3, piece 4. It shouldn't be developed like on a calendar.
And
that's where we're making
And I'm
error.
looking for the Business Commission to come back and formulate that schedule. This may or may not be it. Probably not, in my bet. That's what I
Well,
said.
It's not it, because it's not an economic development plan. It's not a framework for an economic development plan.
Right, and obviously that's the goal here. So
Right.
So
So
I don't think.
So I think we scrap
I
this
think
and
what
let
Mike
them-
is trying to say, to get to the place where we can even execute a development plan, it's going to take till January of 27. So we need to get this is the timeline to get to the starting line.
But it's not built on the timeline of building an economic development plan. It's built on the timeline of a calendar of when a group can meet. And that's not what we're trying to do here.
Well, I'll say I think Delilah nailed it. I think if we need a consultant, we'll make that choice when the time comes. But
And
if
I think
it is, I would be in favor if
the
it's
city
needed.
manager would like to interject something here.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I think we can definitely do a combination of this. This is a new business commission for us. You picked a lot of great folks. So what we'd like to do is let's get this to the business commission, let them take a look. It's very good that you're not saying that we have to rush through it. You know, just remember this is on an annual work plan. So if if council is saying, hey, take the time to do it right, we're okay with that. That doesn't mean slow walk it. It means move it along, but let's do it right the first time. So yeah, we can do that. I think this can definitely be a combination of all of the comments that we heard from council. Definitely take this to the business commission. And if it's okay, then what we'll do is we'll get some ideas from them. And what I think might be nice is maybe what happens is the business commission comes back with staff to give recommendations on how they want to proceed. And I like that because then it's involving the commission. Their meetings are open to the community. So if we can do that, if council would be amenable to that, we could work on that and kind of go that direction, if that's okay.
Yeah, that's okay. Do any further direction? Then we will move on to item 10D. Time is it? 10:30. And we've got 27 minutes. So item 10D is consider and adopt amendment number 1 to the city manager's employment agreement with Jennifer Campbell, effective March 5th, 2026. And the contact person is myself and Assistant City Manager Schwarm.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. Today we have brought forward consideration of modifying the city's manager's contract as well as approving salary schedule. PERS laws require that any modifications to existing or new city manager's contracts be discussed in an action and discussed openly for public review. As you are aware, city manager works at the pleasure of city council. And the prior contract requires an annual review. City council entered into a closed session to review city manager's performance with good result post their review. In addition, when they review not only performance, they also take a look at how their CEO or city manager aligns with 12 other local municipality city managers. And in that, they also take a look at what is our written stated compensation policy and look at how the current salary aligns with that policy. And in review, the recommendation would be to increase the salary by the base salary by 2.75%, which equates to $8,752 annually increase. In addition, they took a look at, because this city manager is what is called PEPRA, which is the revised retirement plan, which caps out at 191K and change. You look at what are the competitive to other agencies that are not PEPRA and paying more for their retirement through the PERS. In this case, because of the PEPRA, other alternatives could be considered. And contribution, the second amendment would be, or addition, would be to add a $7,000 annually to what is called the city's deferred comp 457 account. In addition, an increase to car allowance of $500 a year, not a month, a year, which brings it to $6,500 a year. In addition, if you look at throughout the county, city managers' prior agreements had severance agreements. In the old days, it used to be 6 months. That is increased to 9 months in the mid-2000s. And looking at the comp for all of the 12 cities, with the exception of one, they all have 12-month severance. So to keep your CEO's contract competitive and in line with your compensation policy, as well as competitive with the San Diego County cities, the recommendations tonight is to adopt Resolution 2627, authorizing the mayor to execute the amendments as outlined and articulated here. And then also to adopt the Resolution 2628, approving the salary schedule, indicating base salary of $327,022.
Thank you. And do we have questions of clarification before I go to public? We have how many?
I believe the second person left, but I'll still call. First speaker is Natalie Satoon with the time donation from Rachel Graves, who is present, and then Julie Thunder, but I believe she left.
Hi, Natalie Satoon, Cardiff. So a year ago, I came here in support of Jennifer as our city manager. And in fact, I was the only person commenting support of Jennifer when she was placed in this role. So I want to go on the record tonight because I do have concerns in addition to my earlier comment about the street conditions that SDG&E left us with. All of these comments I'll share with you tonight have been shared with Jennifer and with you all. I'll start with there's yet to be advancement of municipal code prosecution. Staff continues, including tonight, to submit incomplete, poorly researched, and politically driven staff recommendations for agenda items. There are two people who have control of calendaring agenda items, Jennifer and Bruce. There are items that have been purposely calendared to put the council's back to the wall for a decision. Just like the bike education that we had to have, and staff let you all know that we didn't have the opportunity to extend this back, so you all put forth our tax dollars for bike education for San Diego. That actually never happened. And if you all didn't do that, you were faced with public backlash. Staff often comes unprepared to city council meetings. We had one lead senior director that we paid $200,000 to, who could not speak to obvious Swami's crossing elements when the item was about the Cardiff corridor. The very item he was there for, he didn't know what he was looking at because he doesn't do a drive-by. A communications manager was recently hired who collabed on social media with both Joey Lines and Catherine Blakespeare's representative, Diana Cutlow's campaign account. It was easily learned that the communications manager is an activist who was doged, protested her former employer, is in litigation with them. Jennifer and I had a conversation, and she affirmed responsibility for the hire. This is something that I saw in a Google search that took me less than 10 seconds. And the same communications manager didn't even bother to push out the L7 community meeting. We've had no community notice. She's not doing her job, and she's not being held responsible for it. Politics is prevalent in many staff positions, and the bias has not been removed. This interferes with their job performance. On a walk on Santa Fe, Jim O'Hara was there with Jennifer and me, and he pointed out multiple defects to Jennifer. A week later, Jennifer recommended approval for the workmanship and final payment, emphasizing a 12-month provision to submit defects to Tri-Group. Kurt Lester was subsequently involved in a crash at this very same portion of road. And like the Santa Fe defects, staff hasn't been eyeballing the quality of projects until completion. They're all too reliant on an app and not out there in the public. Dave Dean has been asking for months to fill the giant pothole on downtown behind the 7-Eleven. Management methodology is routinely practiced to purposely promote substandard producing staff into positions where they will intentionally fail rather than deal with their substandard performance. While some are designing and recommending dangerous traffic engineering designs at our taxpayer expense. Then we had the sexual harassment lawsuit in April that was swept under the rug. The employee was scuttled from supervisor to supervisor until she sued the city and settled, where she got a nice little payout. Musical chairing harassment victims is bad management. Parks and Rec staff is given a hall pass because of lengthy colleague work history. We saw Dave Knopp tonight. He nearly cost us the amount of money that he did for those 2 agenda items that actually had to be pulled last minute today. And now we have Julie Gilliam improperly withdrawing the $2.7 million grant fund. And although Jennifer wasn't the city manager, she was well aware of it. And this should not be concealed. These behaviors make us question everything. Jennifer's been in a city manager position for a year, and entitling her to a 12-month severance is a lot for a 1-year city manager. I'm happy that we found the money for the fire station that was long overdue by the prior councils. That was a giant win, Jennifer. It was so needed. But maybe we need to take the payout that we gave Megan with the good boobs and call it even. And please privately take this up with the city manager, because the fiscal risk that we see in her bump and severance package is a lot more than what we would pay for. We obviously didn't learn anything with Pam Mantell. Thank you.
That concludes speakers on this item.
Okay, Councilmember Schaefer.
Well, I'm going to sit here and say thank you for the comments, but I've got a lifestyle PhD in leadership, and I think that Jennifer is one of the best leaders I've ever met. And I think that our staff and I think our city is in good hands, and I cannot speak for Pam, and I've heard nothing but negative things about Pam, and not from Jennifer, but from other people. And I'll tell you right now that I think that this city is going in the right direction because of not just Jennifer, but our entire staff and our department heads that are in those positions. So we are lucky to have her. I think she's in her blossoming moment, and I'm going to tell you right now, I actually voted to give her a nominal bump above what she asked for because she is that good. And we are lucky to have her, period. Every time that any one of us get a hold of her, she is 100% on it. She is the best thing that's happening to the city right now, and everybody here that works for her wants to work for her. And it's hard to find people that want to stay here because they want to work for somebody this powerful. And she's small, but she's mighty. And she is a blessing to every single one of us up here, and we couldn't agree more that I think that she's the right person for the job, and so I move to approve.
Okay. And Deputy Mayor O'Hara.
All right, I'm in a second, but I think it's all of us here, everybody in this room, we walked into a very different situation than we see today, and there's been some heavy lifting that has been done, heavy lifting by the people up here in the council, but we can't get that heavy lifting done with the people in this room, and Jennifer certainly is the person who has helped us get that heavy lifting done. And she does it in a way that supports her staff, it encourages them to be led. I think she does her best to represent all of us up here who have very different views equally. And I think that is probably a tough thing to balance, a lot harder than we give her credit for. But in the end, I'll be clear, we got a big culture change at City Hall. Culture's going in the right direction, and I've told her, still have work to go. But I think we have confidence that in the direction we're going right now, that work will continue to go. So I second this motion happily, and I'd third it if I could.
Councilmember San Antonio.
All right, I'll third it. I respectfully disagree. I respectfully disagree. I like to think I come in here as just a regular guy. I'm a businessman. I come in here. I was appointed to this position. I didn't know what to expect 100%. I had an idea. I had a mentor that told me what to expect. But until I got here, I definitely felt like a fish out of water. I had no ill will or anything about the previous council. They did what they did. I'm going to do what I'm going to do up here. I think we're going to do what we're going to do up here, including council member Lyons. I'm sorry to not look at you. But I think that the interactions that we have up here with our city manager and our staff, I used to go to my staff briefings a little nervous. I'm like, oh my gosh, what's happening now? What am I going to do? I have so much information to take in, but even that alone, the tone of the staff briefings, as things changed here throughout the year I've been here, it has changed to, I have so much fun at my staff briefings. They're serious, but we laugh and we talk about things, and it's very much it's a place I want to be. I want to be here. I know that I try and want to lead from the front, and I believe that Jennifer does that in a way. I'm not going to make everybody happy. Jennifer, I don't think anybody's here going to make everybody happy, but we try. And I believe that Jennifer does a good job with our staff. I believe that the staff morale, despite what might be out there on socials, is high. I've talked to some of the department heads, and I think that they're so happy to work here. They're so happy to help. They're so happy to have the conversations that are either hard or might not be what we all want to hear, but it's what's needed up here. And I think Jennifer is, to what Chief Gordon says all the time, she's firm but fair, and I 100% believe she is that. She is firm but fair. I could say a bunch of nice things about her personally, just because of the kind of relationship I like to cultivate with the people around me. But that's an aside. I mean, as a leader and as what she does here, she is on point. I've texted her. I've seen things on the road. I've texted her. I could probably use the app, but I'm like, why not just go to the boss and send it to her? And that's like, could be at all times of the night. And she's like on it. Sylvester's on it. So-and-so's on it. And I can appreciate that. She didn't get back to me one time, and she freaked out. She was like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. She called me at like 9 p.m. And that's great. For me, that's the kind of person that I like to surround myself with up here, is people that you ask them something and they're there to help. And I think we're all here to help. Jennifer is here to help us. She's here to help pass along what we want to the staff. And I think the staff is happy and willing to take that advisement, whether it's, I don't know, I don't want to see a reprimand, but she is firm but fair. So if something's going on wrong, I've seen her and I've talked to her about it, and she said something, and I know she said something. So I really do believe that Jennifer does a wonderful job up here. Again, there's so many other personal notes I'd love to share, but that's an aside. She has been a dream to work for, a dream to work with. Sorry. So I feel like I'm giving an Oscar here.
Yeah.
Anyways.
The music just started playing. I'm sorry.
I'll rest
shouldn't
there.
interrupt you. Yeah. So you yielded. So I've done a lot of organizational work in my profession, and first of all, Jennifer came in and took over a bit of a mess. I mean, and a lot of transition, and the first step was to get the organization straight. And you've done a hell of a lot of heavy lifting there. I think that's what we're seeing. Is it done? No, of course not. I've never been in an organization where everything was perfect and done, but we are better, we are getting better, and it is Jennifer that is doing it. I don't run the staff, you do. I don't want to. And I would say we are lucky to have you in this role. And I fully support, and I could go on too, but I think a second, third, fourth, whatever, everything that's been set up here, I see so much improvement in the organization here. And I've got a 25-year history of watching this organization and being involved every day. So I think I know what I talk about there. I want to talk a little bit about the compensation. And you have to remember that Jennifer is not a CalPERS Classic pension. She is part of the newer reformed PEPRA. And so things like giving her, just like, I think it was all but one other equivalent city manager had 1 year severance. It makes sense. It's just the right thing to do. The 2.75 raise was actually is nominal. It's not too high. And when we looked at the total comp, and that included the deferred pension, everything, versus your peer group, our comparative peer group that we use for all of our salaries, which is generally San Diego, especially North County, you were right where you belonged, given smaller cities and larger cities. And I think for somebody at where you are in your city manager career, it was absolutely right on. It was unanimous. So with that, I think we have a motion and a second. And, I'm sorry, I didn't see the Councilmember Lyons.
I just wanted to add that I will support this motion. I think Jennifer Campbell has a hard job. She has us as her bosses. So I support it for reasons other than my colleagues, but I won't take the time to go into it at this time.
Yeah. So with that, I think we'll just call the question.
Motion carries unanimously and takes us to item 12A.
Okay. Do you? Yeah. Make a motion. Yeah. How far do you?
Motion to extend to 11:10, so we can do
Okay.
our reports in at the end.
Okay, I got a motion and a second to extend to 11:10. Call a question.
Motion carries unanimously to take us till 11:10.
Okay, with that, item 12A, councilmember initiated item by Deputy Mayor O'Hara for direction to staff to evaluate methodologies, tools, technologies for AB 747 evacuation impact analysis and related objective standards. Jim.
So just want to start off by saying, even though I'm writing this initiated item, this was started by Councilmember Schaefer next to me here a little over a year ago when we talked about Pacific Palisades and its impact and potential impact on this region, and of course over the conversation of Quail Meadows, we talked about how frightening it would be for our residents and our concern over loss of life. Fast forward to September of 2025, and I've got the emails here in front of me from Dick Stern. You'll remember there was a brush fire at the Encinitas Ranch Golf Course. And I live right by there. I walked down to Quail Gardens, and people were an hour and a half to get down Quail Gardens. It was scary, just gridlock. While we kind of kicked around hey, let's develop these evacuation routes. Let's come up with fire routes. It's that when it hits me, you can't just make a route. You have to know if it's going to work. You got to make a route where you can tell people, hey, if it's going to take you an hour and a half, it's going to take you an hour and a half. It's going to take you 8 minutes, it's going to take you 8 minutes. You have to be able to do this and divide it and get that time so that people know, hey, the fire's coming this fast. I need to be gone by this time. Leave stuff behind, pack a bag, whatever, have it ready. Hopefully everyone has a bag ready if they need to, but whatever the deal is. So I'd start diving into this, and, we come upon, well, I'll just read through this. We talk about evacuation capacity standards and developed. I stumbled upon AB Bill 747. AB 747 requires cities with land in high or very high hazard severity zones to assess evacuation route capacity and safety as part of our general plan safety element. This is a law that's been on the books and existed. Every town is supposed to do this. Encinitas has substantial acreage in designated high fire hazard zones and is subject to this requirement, AB 747. And so other California jurisdictions have begun conducting corridor level evacuation capacity analysis. These inform these capacity analysis. They inform the efforts confirm the technical feasibility of quantitative evacuation modeling and demonstrate the bespoke city-specific studies they're resource intensive and difficult to apply in non-project but scalable, replicable methodologies grounded in established engineering and life safety standards represent a more practical path for most of our cities, in which case I would like us to pursue one. And we're looking to direct staff to include IT, city manager, city attorney, deputy manager, city risk analysis, and planning to evaluate methodologies, tools, technology for AB 747 evacuation impact analysis and related objective standards. I believe to do this accurately and correctly, we need to have a tool that does all of the following criteria so that we can make sure that we are creating the best guide for our residents as possible should they need to evacuate. Those include, and it's important to read them all off, I apologize ahead of time, it should be grounded in established federal life safety standards, NFPA 101, and transportation engineering methodology, HCM. It needs to use FireCal safety zone data as inputs rather than locally derived thresholds. That's a big difference. It needs to be capable of producing project-specific determination tied to named corridor and application dates, things. So in other words, it has to be done in real time, suitable for placement in a project administrative record. Calculations on an evacuation route should be independently verifiable using publicly available data without dependence on proprietary models or opaque outputs. In other words, we need to divide it so that anybody on the street can now use these methodologies to get the exact outcome we come up with. It should be designed for consistent application across projects and, where possible, adaptable for adoption by multiple jurisdictions using a shared framework. We have neighbors. When we evacuate, where are we going to go? right? We need to know, be able to check their roads, check our roads, put them against each other so we know that, hey, we're sending you the right direction. Because if we send you to a traffic jam, that's on us. That's a bad idea. We don't want to do that. We should be supported by a clear professional engineering validation pathway sufficient to establish findings as an expert opinion. Basically, we want an expert to look at this and make sure we're doing it right. Pretty simple. And then we want to establish a nexus between quantified evacuation impacts and eventually development impact fees if necessary underneath the Mitigation Fee Act. I believe this is an important step in public health and safety and fire safety specifically for our residents that we need to apply and get to work on. I'd like to see staff come back in 120 days with this tool if possible. And I rest.
Are you calling?
Councilmember Lyons.
Oh, there's a speaker.
Oh, I'm sorry.
We don't have a speaker. We do have Dick Stern, who registered support of the recommended action, but chose not to speak.
And stayed till 11 o'clock. You stayed not to speak.
So
Appreciate it.
thank you for that.
So now, Councilmember Lyons.
In the interest of time, I just want to say that I know when it's a council member initiated item, we really can't talk to staff before we say that we'll agree to moving forward. So I have a lot of questions. I know we have our own evacuation plan. I know that we conform with state law when it's in place. So I kind of think this may be an opportunity to get some additional information on how we're responding to any new standards. And I support it for that reason. I would say I support this, but I'm not seeing that this is asking for a new tool. I'm seeing that this is just saying there's a tool that would be presented. So as long as that's the case, I would support this.
We're asking staff to evaluate methodologies and tools and technologies. So that means look far and wide. I know that, I don't have to ask Josh, I know that we don't have evacuation routes safety standard that does, Chief Gordon, I apologize, that does all of these pieces.
So, were you done? Okay, and
So-
you have the floor now.
Oh,
Are you done?
that was me on the floor.
Yeah,
Just
I know.
responding. Yeah.
Okay, Marco San Antonio.
I am in support of this. Clearly, this is important for all of Encinitas. I know that clearly on Quail Gardens Road, that's right by my parents' house, so I saw what happened there. But I know in D4 or in Olevenheim, this is perfect placement for, or perfect use for that as well. So with only one way in or 1.5 ways in sometimes to some of these places with a back gate, I mean, this is perfect. Thank you.
And I'd be in support of it too, especially I wish we'd had it back in the Goodson days to evaluate the evacuation plans. I would also ask that the word objective be a common word in searching for that tool, that the more absolutely objective the tool is, the better it's going to help us in objectively evaluating evacuation routes. And so I'll vote for it too.
Yeah, and I
Councilmember
100% been talking about this for the whole time I've been up here. So motion to approve.
Second.
There you go. I got a motion and a second. And call a question.
Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, which takes us to item 13, AB 1234 reports. Start down with.
Thank you, Mayor. Last Thursday, I attended the San Diego County Water Authority Board meeting where we ratified an agreement with Western Municipal Water District. That agreement is to deliver water, in other words, to transfer water to another agency. This is novel. It's made some press over the last week. It's a way for the Water Authority to make use of an asset it has, and there'll be a value to the ratepayers and to the Water Authority in response to this. This morning with the mayor, we're both with the Encinitas Wastewater Authority. We attended a workshop on the CLEAR project, which is the cogeneration low emission augmentation retrofit, which is essentially a project and we approved this project to move forward. It's a generation of electricity at the wastewater treatment plant.
I don't really have anything to to report. I do have my our city community power. My meeting is tomorrow, but we just filled our spot with Molly Hintlian as our community advisor for that spot. So for our Encinitas spot, so that's kind of exciting news. She hasn't been fully approved yet, but she applied. She's good to go. So we just have to. Our board just has to approve it. So hopefully that goes through.
I have nothing to report at this time.
Okay, so I attended a community traffic walk led by Chris Giles and Aaron Hebsche. It was very informational, great time to meet with residents. I also attended the NCTD meeting where we wrote a letter basically against SB 79 and all of its fallout and the ensuing legislature that's coming down from it. Outside of that, NCTD was a pretty quiet meeting. And before I forget, I did like a picture of a rescue dog on Facebook. I don't know its political affiliation, and I didn't check because I'm busy doing things that actually matter. I'm done.
Okay. And I attended two different meetings, the same one that Councilmember Lyons did. In today's meeting, we approved $34 million for that CLEAR project then, but we're only 5% of it. So that works out to about 1.7 million, or it'll be spread over 2 or 3 years. So it's about 800,000 a year from Encinitas. So, but it is a big step forward. I just wanted to make sure the magnitude was understood. But it does pay back too. And then the other thing I attended last Thursday and Friday was the Sandag Board annual retreat. We've had a little over almost 2 years, not quite, with the new CEO and a lot of new board members. I'll tell you, if you look at the audit history that is coming out now, it was a broken organization. It's recovering. It's going through a lot of changes. Mario is very similar. He seems to have very good rapport with his entire staff. He's got a lot of new staff, and both sides, both it used to be very political. Both the progressives and the Republicans were commenting that it's much less acrimony and people are actually talking now. That is huge. That is good. The one issue I raised from a long-term planning is we looked at the allocation of Transnet funding, and originally in Transnet it was 1/3 went to pass through to locals for our pavement. And the last time we renewed it, it went to, or maybe the time before, it went to 29.5%. So it actually ratcheted down. So I asked the question of, and it was mostly mayors or council members. I asked, how many people have to take their general fund and put it into their pavement? And I didn't do a vote, but I got quite a few hands and nods, and so it's not uncommon. So I raised the issue, and I said we had talked about having the ability with 2/3 majority of Sandag changing those percentages. And so I said that's an area I'm very interested in. I thought we would be very interested in based on past discussions. So I thought that was a useful advanced planning. So with that, city manager report.
First, I just want to say with 10D, thank you very much. I'm honored to work for you folks. I'm honored to work for our residents. And I just want to thank all of the staff of Encinitas for all their support as well and the work they do. I've got 3 items. I can do this really quick. As I mentioned last week, tomorrow night, Thursday, March 26th at 6 p.m., Encinitas Community Center, we have the first design workshop for the L7 Park. So that'll be exciting. Since we won't meet till the 8th, we have the annual spring egg hunt at the community park, Encinitas Community Park, on Saturday, April 4th. There's 3 egg hunt times. There's 10:15, 11 a.m., and 11:45. And we do ages 4 and under, and then ages 5 and up. So we'll look forward to seeing council on the field, and it's amazing how quick eggs disappear. Oh, and it's apparently, it might be the deputy mayor's birthday as well. But I did have a request. I did want to go ahead really quick and just talk about our SCOOP program. So as part of our sand compatibility and opportunistic use program, which is known as SCOOP, the city requires, and this is for the sand that it was from Moonlight and we trekked it north. It says the city requires a sampling and analysis plan during the grading permit process, which analyzes the subject sediment compatibility from upland site to that of the recipient beach. This includes granule compatibility and chemical compatibility clearance checks before it can be placed in a marine environment. This technical report has to be approved by the United States Army Corps of Engineers, Regional Water Quality Control Board, the Environmental Protection Agency, State Lands Commission, and Coastal Commission prior to moving any material to the beach. The Leucadia Steep beach material installed this past month received all clearances through the agencies for beach placement. So I know that there's been a lot of questions and concern, but the sand that was placed, I know it looked a little different, but it went through all of those agencies for clearance. So just wanted to let you know. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. City Attorney.
No report.
City Clerk. And with that, we are adjourned at 11:10.